Aquinas Academy, 2004. Bishop Geoffrey Robinson on St. Mark's Gospel, a course of 5 sessions. This is Session 1, Tape 1.
Good, thank you. So it's good to be here. We've got 2 hours. I thought I'd go till about 10 to 11, and then we'll take a break and then come back. So 2 50-minute sessions is what I briefly have in mind. We'll be looking at Mark's Gospel. Before I get on to Mark, there's just one thing I wanted to talk about. Just a little bit of geography, perhaps, to start. That's upside down. It's better when we got it right way up, isn't it? Yes. Now, I'm told that the Arabic word for desert is Sahara. So to speak of the Sahara Desert is actually tautology. It's the desert. They refer to the desert, the vast one. And in fact, that desert is not just here across northern Africa. It has different names, but it is the one desert that comes right across through the Sinai Desert, up here into the Negev in southern Israel, and then round into the vast Arabian Desert, right down into Saudi Arabia, into Iraq, all of that. It's the one vast desert. And 3 of the great religions of the world, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, all came out of that desert. And if you've been to a desert, but when you get away from the city, suddenly at night time, the stars, you can almost reach up and touch. I'll never forget, just a night lying on the sand in the Sinai Desert. And, this massive, beautiful procession of stars across the heaven, all for my personal benefit as I lay there. And it's not surprising. Also in a desert, you have to make desert choices. I remember the Bedouin people, and I thought, how are they going to bring up their children here? They don't have the choices. I remember a nun coming back from the missions, and she'd been back a week, and she found herself getting all agitated. And she thought, what's this about? And then she thought, I know what it is. It's the choices. Would you like a sandwich? Yeah, I'd like a sandwich. Would you like rye bread, brown bread? And then would you like butter, margarine, this, that, the other? And I just want a sandwich. She'd not been used to all this. And we have too many choices in our world. In the desert, you don't. And you have that experience. You go out into the desert, you have to leave things behind. To climb a mountain, you leave even that behind. You just take yourself. And somehow, yes, religion, God, it is very real in the desert. Now, this is the so-called famous Fertile Crescent. Up the sea, the Mediterranean Sea, and then round the twin rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, which come together just here. So this is where, it's been much in the news recently with the war in Iraq. But Babylon, old Babylon here, Baghdad just up here, down to Basra, names we've become all too familiar with, sadly. But this was the route that people took, and this was desert. Nobody crossed this. You couldn't. Not in those days, for sure. So it all came here. And the point is, it all came through here. This was the point where the 3 continents of Asia, Europe, and Africa met. And anybody going anywhere went through Israel. Furthermore, it's quite narrow along here. I can't put this up, and you can have a look at this. This is Jerusalem. This here is that's the wall of old Jerusalem down there. Here's the Dome of the Rock, the Temple Mount. Above that, you can't see from this, but there's that steep valley of the Kedron Valley. Then this is the Mount of Olives. And then beyond it, what I want you to look at, desert. You'll see it very clearly here. The desert starts right there at the Mount of Olives. And then you go down into the Jordan Valley down there and over into modern-day Jordan, ancient Ammon in the biblical times. You'll see that there. Have a look at it later. You'll see that. There's something about, as you know, it's all below sea level, the Dead Sea. And there's something about the meteorology, don't ask me to explain it, where the water comes in from the sea, but it goes only as far as the mountain, and not a drop goes beyond. So the desert starts there. And, the desert is literally within 2 kilometers of Jerusalem itself, of the Dome of the Rock. So that there's this quite narrow passage. And anybody going anywhere, armies, travellers, preachers, whoever they were, merchants, they all went through here. The classic example of it, I think, is Alexander the Great in the 320s. He came from Greece, and he wanted to renew the Persian War, so he wanted to attack the East. And you'd think that at least would leave this alone. Alexander went first to Egypt. 2 reasons. He wanted to consult a god there, but more importantly, he was a good general. And when Europe attacked Asia, it did not want Africa behind it. So the first thing he did was come around and crush it. And then he actually got as far as Lebanon, and he laid siege to the city there, and they resisted. And it took him nearly 6 months to conquer it. And Alexander didn't like losing 6 months. So when he took it, he slaughtered every single person in the city. And then he came down from there into Israel, and understandably after that, they all said, "Please, sir, come this way. Can we help you in any way at all?" So Israel was in the middle of everything. The point of all of this is God could have chosen an oasis somewhere out there are oases out here in the desert. I saw one in the Sinai desert. They're here. And, we were traveling through this bleak desert. Suddenly, here's this oasis. Palm trees, water. God could have chosen a community like that, divorced from all the currents around them. They could have contemplated the heavens, contemplated human nature, and written a book of beautiful spiritual poetry. But God didn't do that. I think it's very important to realize God chose just about the most turbulent place on earth. There are modern reasons why they fight there, but there are very ancient reasons too. It's always been at this crossroads of the 3 continents, and it's very narrow. From the coast to Jerusalem is, less than 50 kilometers. From the coast to the foothills of the mountains would be no more than 30. And that was this narrow passage for which everything in the ancient world passed. So we're going to be talking about a world where turbulence exists, and even in our gospel, we will see that as well. One other preliminary one. It's always helpful to put them right side up. There we go. Yeah, these are some of the things in studying the gospel that we need to be aware of. We need to be aware of history. I'm not going to give you a great lesson on history, but it'll come in. For example, that there was a Roman occupation at the time of Jesus. We need to know that because it'll come in again and again. The fact that Alexander had been through there, and so all the remnants, powerful remnants of Greek culture, they will come into the story as well. So history, social history. We can't assume that the people 2,000 years ago did things the way we do. For example, there's a parable, not in Mark, of a landowner calling people into his vineyard at different times of the day. Remember, and he calls some at the 11th hour, and he pays them the same as the others. Now, people get all upset about that. Why? Because they're thinking out of modern industrial relations. That's not how it worked. I'm not going to, sorry, I'd take time off to explain that parable. Very briefly, they were people, it was casual labour. They came to the marketplace. The man picked the strongest and youngest people. Of course he did. And the ones left at the 11th hour were the older people, the sick people, and this kindly master said, "You come too." And at the end of the day, he paid them a wage. In other words, instead of giving them a handout, he employed them. So they had a feeling we earned it, even though they got more than strictly they deserved. But you've got to go back to their times instead of demanding they do things our way. So social history comes in again and again and again. The text. There's no, people wrote manuscripts and they did it by hand. And when one person copies another manuscript, they'll make mistakes. And then someone copies from this manuscript, the original mistakes will be there, plus any new mistakes that are made. So there's quite a problem in getting back to, in our case, what did Mark write? Getting all the way back there. There are problems. We'll hopefully meet one of them today. It's a small one, but it's a very interesting one. Then the language. What exactly we're talking about, a Greek, not classical Greek. It's called the common Greek, a of the time of Jesus, the koine. So, and then you deal with translations. That's going to be a big problem for us, because translations, it's been said, every translation is a lie. A polite lie, a well-meaning lie, but nevertheless a lie, because you're attempting to take thoughts and words out of one cultural context, introduce them to another. It's difficult enough when you're translating from French into English today, let alone when you're taking a language of 2,000 years ago and trying to bring it into the present. Furthermore, most translations you'd be familiar with, for example, the one read in church, are not strict translations. They are based on what is called dynamic equivalence, which means you take the Greek text and then you don't translate the words, but you try to say the same thing in fluent English. Do you follow what I'm saying? You're not slavishly following the words. But that's dangerous. For example, we will see it later, there's a particular phrase that Mark uses 3 times. Their hearts were hardened, literally. Now, the Jerusalem Bible translates that 3 different ways. Their minds were closed, for example, and it was one of them. Now, you don't, as a result, get the connections that Mark is making by using the same phrase. In fact, at one point he's saying the disciples are going the same way as the Pharisees. And he uses that phrase to do it. But if you've got a different translation, you've lost that. Also, Mark is constantly switching back and forth between past and present tense. You lose all of that in any translation. He puts a particular emphasis on the imperfect tense at times. We'll see that. You lose that in translations. So we've got a problem of going beyond the translations. The traditions. It's been realized by scholars that it's not as simple as saying Mark went along to someone like Peter and said, tell me what Jesus did. And Peter said, this is what he did. And Mark wrote it down and there it is in the gospel. It's not as simple as that. Rather, what happened was stories were told, communities, then whole communities, thought about what had happened for a period of some 40 years between the time of Jesus, around 30, to around 70, when I believe Mark's gospel was finished. And over that time they'd thought about the meaning of all of this very carefully and come to inclusions of interpretation of the meaning of what Jesus had done. These are the traditions which the evangelists then took hold of and used in their gospel. Then the editing. What order did they put it in? Did they just put it in chronological order? Is that what we get? I think you'll see by 12 o'clock today, no, not in Mark's gospel, anything but. It's rather, what I put down here, the order of meaning. And I won't explain that now because we'll be dealing with it at length when we're looking at Mark's gospel. He followed an order of meaning, not a chronological order. Literary forms. Again, I won't go into that in detail now because we will see more of it when we come to the gospel. But the Bible as a whole is not a book, it's a library. That is, it's a collection of books. Some of them are poetry, some of them are prose, some are historical, some are other kinds of writing. And we get into awful trouble if we start reading poetry thinking it's prose, if we start reading stories thinking they're history. So we always have to look at what is the literary form of what's being written there. Then, in brief too, the gospel and the community. Why are the 4 gospels now rather? See, there were many gospels written. There's the gospel of Thomas, the gospel of James. You've got a dozen and more. Why have we got 4? Well, that was the church's work, the early church, which studied all those gospels. It adopted 3 principles. There had to be antiquity. In other words, the gospel had to come from a time reasonably close to Jesus, not a couple of centuries later. Universality, it had to be acknowledged in all the churches or in many, many churches, not just in 1 or 2. And then authenticity, which was more a study of each of the Gospels to see what it said. And it was the church which decided there were 4 and only 4. And then there is the question of inspiration. What do we mean by saying the Scriptures are inspired? When we go back to the Old Testament particularly, some of them are very, very human documents. You take the book of Proverbs, for example. It's got some, some really, what's one? I'm not quoting exactly here, I'm quoting from memory. When you sit down with a rich man, put a knife to your throat if you have a big appetite. In other words, if you want to impress the rich man, don't eat too much. Now that's hardly divine wisdom. That's a very human, worldly wisdom, isn't it? So what do we mean by saying it's inspired? Well, we've got to be careful in what we use there. Once you come to the gospel, it's not as big a problem. And yet there are mistakes. Mark makes a mistake. He has in a scene that we will see this morning, it says that Jesus is quoting David, King David, saying, he entered the temple when Abiathar was high priest. Wrong. It was Ahimelech who was the high priest at that time. So Mark has made a mistake. He's got the name of the high priest wrong. I mean, it's clear. You go back to the Old Testament, you'll find that. Every scholar knows it. Mark got it wrong. So what do we mean by saying it's inspired? Well, the Catholic Church in the Second Vatican Council used that phrase, truths for the sake of our salvation. In other words, the religious truths of the Bible. The Bible is not science, it is not history, and mistakes like that can be made. But we need to look at that. And then the faith dimension, these are not just stories, they're faith stories. And so the only criterion, what does it say to us? Anyway, these are some of the things that we need to bear in mind when we look at the gospel. Now we're going to come to Mark. Now, what I'm offering to you is a personal interpretation. This is mine. You are free to accept it, you are free to reject it. There will be no heresies, I promise you that. But the church has not decided every detail of the scriptures. Remember, these are the scriptures we're talking about. The scriptures tell the church what to say. The church doesn't tell the scriptures what to say. And by and large, popes throughout the centuries have said very little about details of scripture. So that, there are no heresies in what I'm saying, and yet you've got to make up your minds, particularly about some aspects of it when I start talking about chiastic structures. I better explain that one immediately. What is a chiastic structure? Well, it's where the parts balance each other. Now, we have it in English, but in fairly rudimentary forms. In sport, to finish first, you must first finish. Now, the simple truth, if you want to come first in the race, you've got to cross the finishing line. So to finish first, you must first finish. And where the first and last balance each other, the second and second last balance each other. What's another one? When the going gets tough, the tough get going. These are simple chiastic structures. We'll see they'll be far more elaborate than this. And also, they were very well known in Greek and Roman literature. And usually they had a central one which controlled our understanding of the whole. So to take another example that's been used, the soul of reform in Christ is reform of the soul. Now again, you've got your little balance, the soul of reform is reform of the soul, they balance. But in the middle you've got in Christ. And what that means is, in other fields, the soul of reform may be quite different. But in Christ, the soul of reform is reform of the soul. And then it's the central bit that controls our understanding. And that's what we will see here. Now, what you have to decide is, am I reading all of this into Mark, or did he intend it? Am I discovering something he did, or am I putting my ideas onto the gospel? Could we see it's called a chiastic structure, chiastic, or the noun is a chiasm, chiasm. Could we read that into any shopping list or any description of a football match in a newspaper? There's a danger. You've got to make up your mind. To make it more difficult for you, sometimes the structure will be crystal clear. The very first ones we'll see are actually clearer. But there'll be others that are not so clear. And just when you think that, yes, he's got something here, you'll come across another one, you'll say, oh, I don't see it here, what's he talking about? Well, I'm saying Mark used it his own way. It was a tool, not something which he would slavishly put everything into. And so sometimes it is clearer, sometimes it is not so clear. And what you have to do, I believe, is look at the whole gospel. And at the end of it, ask yourself, well, does he really seem to be talking in this way? Now, fortunately, it's not a case of all or nothing. Even if at the end of these 10 hours you say, no, I really don't buy that chiastic stuff that he's talking about, fortunately, that doesn't mean you'll get nothing out of these 5 weeks, because there is a lot of other levels at which I hope you will. But as you'll see, it is very much part of what I hope to talk about. Okay, let's get going. Here is my understanding of the overall structure of Mark's Gospel. You have this. So there's a prologue in the wilderness. There's an epilogue. I didn't put that in your paper, but there's an epilogue. I've got it in brackets because it's an unspoken epilogue. We'll have to leave that till we come to it at the very end. But there's the prologue of 2 scenes in the wilderness. Then there are 7 acts of a drama. 3 in the Galilee, 3 in Jerusalem, with the crucial one that controls our understanding in the middle being the way, namely the journey from Galilee to Jerusalem. And it is crucial because it controls, yes, everything that happens. And in fact, the 3 in the Galilee, the first concerns the authorities, the second concerns the crowd, and the third concerns the disciples. And each one ends in failure. So at the end of the first act, the authorities fail, and they plot the death of Jesus, that early in the gospel. In the second one, the crowd fails. In the third one, even the disciples fail. And it's in the light of those 3 failures that Jesus then decides that there's no point in simply continuing what he's been doing, moving around the country area of the Galilee, talking to people, doing good. That's not enough. He's got to go up to Jerusalem, even though he foresees it will lead to his death. So that's why this is the crucial act in the middle, controlling our understanding. That decision to move from Galilee to Jerusalem. Then in Jerusalem we have 3 acts: the temple or conflict with the leaders in the temple, the passion, the resurrection. Now that's what I see as the overall structure of Mark's Gospel. Already he's differing from other Gospels. For example, John has Jesus in Jerusalem on a number of occasions, throughout, going up and back constantly. Mark, no. He has Jesus solely in the Galilee, and then a clear choice to go to Jerusalem, and in the rest of the Gospel in Jerusalem. So this is already, he's putting his meaning that he wants to bring out into his method of presenting the material. Anytime you've got questions, do feel free to ask. I will stop at occasions to do precisely that, but in the meantime we'll go on. Okay, let's go on. Firstly, we'll look at that prologue. I said there were 2 scenes in it. Here's our first. Now, to me, the chiastic structure is clear enough here. You have a saying concerning the coming of John, which is also the saying the coming of the return of the prophet Elijah. That's balanced by a saying concerning the coming of Jesus the Messiah. Then you have, in the B's, the essence of John's proclamation, or his proclamation in words, and then you have him living his own proclamation. In other words, proclamation in words, proclamation in deeds, in his very life itself. And in the middle, you have a deliberately exaggerated statement. People from the whole Judean countryside and all the people of Jerusalem. Now that's obviously exaggerated. There's no possibility that every last citizen of Jerusalem and everybody from the countryside of Judea went down to listen to John. But Mark is deliberately exaggerating here. He's creating this impression of a whole people on the move, going out to listen to this man dressed in an animal skin, eating locusts and wild honey. He's talking about the spiritual longing of a whole people. And to do that, he deliberately exaggerates. And that is the center. It's saying that the story happens, that he's about to tell, happens because of this spiritual longing of people. That they were ready to leave their home, go out into a wilderness, into that picture that I showed you, down to that desert. They were willing to do all of that because their spiritual longing was so powerful. And then that's balanced with, as I said, his proclamation in words, his proclamation in his life, and the two sayings concerning the coming of John, Elijah, and the saying concerning the coming of Jesus. So to me, that one is one of the clearer examples of a chiastic structure. This one, not so clear. 40 years of preparation. There's no infancy story. Now, 40, is simply hardly an exact term. Jesus may have been 40. We don't know. Remember, we don't know when he was born, except that we know King Herod died in 3 BC. So if King Herod was the one who killed the infants, these are all ifs, then Jesus was born before that. And most scholars would say today he was born, 6, 7 BC. And if it was 33 AD, then he was 40. So, please don't hold it to that. We really don't know the date of his birth, and we don't know the date of his death. We do know that Pontius Pilate was procurator from, 27 to 36. So Jesus was killed sometime between 27 and 36. 33, yes, is a very good date. It's as good as any, but it's not certain. So we really don't know the age of Jesus. In any case, this is not talking 40, it's talking a grown man. That's all this is. There's no infancy narrative at all. This is the first mention of Jesus. Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee. All that means is he came from a rustic backwater. Nazareth was totally unknown. It's not mentioned in any Jewish literature. It was a very small town. It became, at the time of Jesus, a satellite of a bigger place 4 kilometers away called Sepphoris, which was a regional capital. And it would have been a sort of, people speculated, this is pure speculation, that say Joseph would have gone there because a carpenter could have got a job, could have got work in Sepphoris, 4 kilometers away. Who knows? Maybe. It was simply a nothing place. These two are more clear. It's the action of the Spirit here. And then in the middle, and a voice came from heaven, "You are my Son, the beloved, with you I am well pleased," the baptism. Now, if you put the two together, the answer you get from the prologue is, because of the spiritual longing of a whole people, God sent his only Son. Right? That's taking our two central ideas from these two chiastic structures of the prologue. You follow what I'm saying? There's a prologue of 2 scenes. Each has this chiastic structure. The central statement controls our understanding, and the central statements of the 2 scenes are the deep spiritual longing of a people and the answer of God to send his only Son. So that's announcing in advance what this gospel will be about. It will be about the spiritual longing of a people. It will be about God sending his only Son to respond to that spiritual longing. And then this will be balanced by the tomb at the very end, the other wilderness that we'll be left with. So we'll start in a wilderness, we'll end in a wilderness. The tomb is the ultimate wilderness. And we'll start there, we'll end there. Okay. That's our prologue. Now, I want to get on to... Now, remember I said that not everything depends on chiastic structures. I'm going to give you some material even without that. Here's an example. This is the structure of Act 1, not talking about chiastic structures. There are 9 scenes in that act. If you're wondering there why it's all handwritten and not typed out, it's because my computer skills do not run to doing that kind of thing. So all I could do was type the things and then write the rest in. It'll start with two scenes which talk about the authority of Jesus. In the first one, he'll call disciples, 4 of them, Peter and Andrew, James and John, and they'll follow him, which at the same time, starting here, Jesus will meet with evil, suffering, the outcast sinner, realities of human life. Evil, the first reality for Jesus. He came not just to be a good doctor and cure people, not just to be a good social worker, admirable as those professions are. He came to go to the very depths of the human condition and to meet people at that level where evil and good fight within them, and to help people in that battle. So his first meeting is with evil. And his very last meeting on the cross will be again a battle with evil. And the very power of Mark's story, as we will see in 5 weeks' time, is that he appears to be defeated by evil on the cross. It's only an appearance, and the moment of victory, the moment of defeat becomes the moment of victory. But this battle with evil will be the most powerful battle throughout the entire gospel. So it's the first reality he meets. Then he meets suffering on a very large scale. The whole town, people bringing the sick to him, etc. He meets the reality of human suffering. Then he meets the outcast, the leper. But the same would be with the outcasts of today, the untouchables and tribals of India, people with AIDS, name it, who are your outcasts of a given time. And then he meets with a sinner. So he's meeting with these realities and introducing the disciples to them. At the same time, here begins the controversy with the leaders. Remember I said that this first act is about the leaders, and the second will be about the crowd, the third will be about the disciples. Here is where the controversy with the leaders starts. And then all 5 scenes that follow contain part of that controversy, leading to their rejection of him in the last scene there, and they're going out to plot his death. So the controversy with the leaders. At the same time, in the last 4 scenes, he's dealing with questions of his community. How should they relate to people who might harm them, scandalize them? Should they observe the Sabbath, or how should they observe the Sabbath? Fasting, should they fast? These are practical questions, and it deals with the relationship between the new Christian religion and the Jewish religion out of which it came. So he's dealing with these practical questions. Now, this is complex writing, to put those sorts of themes and to weave them together. And yet that's what I hope we'll see is the kind of thing he's doing. Okay, well, you've got that one in front of you. You can refer to it as you need. Oh, no, we'll do that one later. So there's one other thing I needed to say before I begin. I got into Mark's Gospel in 1984 when I was to give some talks to teachers, and I did it on the simple basis that I think 1985 was the year of Mark, and it was the shortest of the Gospels. So I started studying it in 1984, and that 10 years later led to this book. And it's all there, but the book's out of print. So you might find copies of it here and there, not much, but schools may have, they were all given a copy back in 1994, but you know what school libraries are like, they clear out, and this one may have got cleared out long ago. I really don't know. You may, but I can't provide copies now that it's out of print. So all I'm doing is I'm going to give you a few more of those, each act, how it's organised. And then I've got a summary of some central ideas in about 8 pages that I left with Michael and that you'll get next week. So that's all I can really offer you. Otherwise, find this book somewhere, if it's round. Right, let's look at least briefly at the scenes of this. Yeah. Yes?
What translation are you using in the text here?
I'm using mainly the NRSV translation, but I found in the book what I had to do was to use the NRSV and then put in brackets. For example, when Mark uses a present tense, I had to put that in brackets and in italics, and that's what I've done. But otherwise I use the NRSV. I'm just hoping I'm right in saying that was what I was doing when I wrote these things out years ago. But it's certainly what I've used in the book. We start getting into more complex structures. I told you Mark would use it his own way. We've got an ABA, a proclamation of good news, a response to good news, and then we've got the nature of discipleship in the middle, but each of them is divided. Sorry, the second and third are divided into their own. He'll do that again and again. Again, let's not get tied down to the absolute details. Give us time to see about chiastic structures, and then you can make up your own mind. Jesus comes on the scene talking. There's no preliminaries here. There's just that brief scene in the prologue about him getting baptized, and then suddenly, after John was arrested, that becomes the sign. When John was arrested, it's time for Jesus to take over. Not from Mark, but from other sources. There is a fair amount of scholarship today would say that Jesus was for a time a disciple of John, that he went with John for a while, and then it was when John was arrested that Jesus then took over. And Jesus came to Galilee, proclaiming the good news of God and saying, the time is fulfilled. Now the time is not ordinary time, it's the special hour. There are two Greek words for time, chronos and kairos. Chronos is our ordinary word for time that watches measure. Kairos means a special time, an hour. The hour has come, the time predestined by God, or the time for some special event. That's the word he uses here, the kairos. The time has been fulfilled. The time of waiting, the time of the Old Testament has come to an end. The time is fulfilled. The reign of God, again a problematic translation, it really means the kingly rule of God. It's not referring to a kingdom, a reign out there. It's a kingly rule of God, and as we'll see, it's a kingly rule of God within the hearts of human beings. Has come near, it's close at hand. Keep changing your minds. That's me, not NRSV, I know that. Because the Greek word is metanoia. And it literally means that, to change one's mind. All English translations say repent. But repent, I find, has connotations. It means feel sorry for sin, doesn't it? And that's not quite what Mark is saying. He's using that word metanoia, metanoiata. Change your minds. Be ready, in other words, to adopt new values, new ways of looking at things. Be ready to cast out old values, take on new ones. It's a crucial word. In fact, when I came to publish the book, I called it A Change of Mind and Heart, which is simply metanoia, because that I understood as being utterly crucial to Mark's message. He's saying, yes, the time is fulfilled. God's kingly rule is close at hand. But if you're going to accept it, you need to change your mind and hearts. You need to think in new ways, have new values, all of that. Otherwise, you'll miss it. So it's a key concept, and that's why I've given it quite literally here rather than use. This is not what I have in the book. These were for purposes of overheads and to explain things to people. And keep believing. Why I've got the two keeps is because they're two present imperatives, and that's the force of them. Not just change your mind once and for all, but keep changing your mind. It's something you'll have to keep on doing, and keep believing in the good news. Don't just believe it once and then forget it, but keep believing. Greek can do this. It has a past imperative, a present imperative. And the only way I can give that out literally, even though it sounds a bit funny, is to put the keep, to put it in that form. But you do have this problem of, this is part of your translation problem. How do you in English express the difference between a past imperative and a present imperative? The difference between, change your mind once and then forget it, and keep changing your minds continually. Somehow we've got to bring that in. Then he calls the first disciples. And as I said, this is part of authority. As Jesus passed along the sea, he saw Simon and his brother Andrew casting a net into the sea, for they were fishermen. Jesus said to them, "Follow me, and I will make you become fishers of people." And immediately they left their nets and followed him. Now this is, authority. Gosh, people are in one occupation and a stranger passes by and says, "Come, follow me." And they come. That argues something very, very special about the person, the very person of Jesus, such that people would follow him. You're aware, of course, that other Gospels tell this story differently, as to the calling of those first disciples. This is Mark's telling of it, and he does it in this form. Then the second, and as he went a little further, he saw James, son of Zebedee, and his brother John, who were in their boat mending their nets. Immediately called them, and they left their father Zebedee in the boat with the hired men and followed him. Now, this has several effects. Firstly, it means the 4 disciples are called in the very first scene. And the power of that is, it means that the later witness to what Jesus said and did will be complete. This had to be the first scene. Can you see that? Because the disciples had to be there from the very beginning, so that they would be witnesses to absolutely everything that happened. That's Mark's intention here. He does it in a funny way. See, this is a bit odd. He went a little further. He saw James, son of Zebedee, and his brother John. Now, that's an odd way to refer to them, isn't it? Why didn't he say James and John, the sons of Zebedee? Why is it James, the son of Zebedee, and his brother John? It's just slightly odd, because later in the Gospel you'll meet them very much, James and John, the sons of Zebedee, when they are acting as a family. That's that scene where they try to do the takeover. Lord, we want the right hand and left hand in your kingdom. And then it's James and John, the sons of Zebedee. There's no difference there. Here it seems to be accentuating their individuality. In other words, the call of Jesus doesn't come to us as a family, it comes to us as individuals. Even the 2 brothers. It will come each, one can respond, the other not. Seems to be. Anyway, the calling of them, the authority of Jesus such that they would follow him, and that the witness to them would be there from the very beginning. He is the second one of authority, and the first one of those meetings that I pointed out, the meeting with evil. The chiastic structure would be, this time it's in 7 parts. Jesus enters Capernaum at the beginning. The report goes out from Capernaum in the end. The reaction to his teaching, the reaction to his teaching. The Spirit attempts to avoid its fate, the actual fate of the Spirit, and then in the middle the command of Jesus as the controlling one. The word of Jesus, the power here. Jesus rebuked him saying, "Be silent and come out of him." That becomes the controlling thought of the structure. So they enter into Capernaum, and when the Sabbath came, he entered the synagogue and was teaching. In the Greek, it's plural, actually, on the Sabbaths. Now, they can actually mean the same thing, but I think Mark is making the point that it was a constant practice of Jesus on the Sabbaths. He used to enter the synagogue. By the way, it is a Sabbath, and that means, even though it won't be contested here, that Jesus is breaking the law, because he's healing on a Sabbath, which was forbidden by all the laws of the scribes and the Pharisees. And that becomes an issue by the end of this act. The reaction, they were astounded at his teaching, for he was teaching them as one having authority and not as the scribes. Again, Mark's emphasizing this authority of Jesus, present in his very person in the first scene, now present in his words. Just then there was in their synagogue a man with an unclean spirit. Now, what's meant there are...
in ancient times, all illness was attributed to unclean spirits or evil spirits, so that a doctor was an exorcist. That's what you were doing, casting out the unclean spirit. Does Mark believe that? I don't know. I wasn't there, didn't have a chance to talk to him. He may, and yet it seems to me, particularly from later examples, that the dialogues that take place are Mark's creation and Mark's, interpreting Jesus. And he's presenting this, though, in terms of... so, anyway, the Spirit cries out, "What have you to do with us, Jesus of Nazareth?" This was all part of the exorcism. It's presented in the literature time and again as quite a battle, where the exorcist tries and the Spirit resists. And one of the things, the first thing the Spirit does here, is try to give Jesus the most pedestrian name possible, Jesus of Nazareth. In other words, you're a guy called Jesus from that nothing town up in Galilee. That's all you are. So it's an attempt to gain control. That was an ancient belief. If you could name someone, you had power over that person. It's still true, by the way, in many parts of the world. I know it's true in Papua New Guinea. I used to work in a marriage tribunal. We found with cases up there, I couldn't ask a person his name, because to give me his name would give me power over him. So what I had to do was to ask someone else, "What's his name?" And he'd tell me what his name, and then I'd say to him, "What's his name?" And I'd get the two names, but I couldn't ask it directly. It's an interesting thing. So in other words, it's not dead even now. So he calls him Jesus of Nazareth. But then it keeps going. "Have you come to destroy us? I know who you are, the Holy One of God." This is where the Spirit realizes there's something bigger going on here. This is not your ordinary old exorcist whom I can resist. This is someone with power. And then Jesus rebuked him, saying, "Be silent and come out of him." That's literally be muzzled. It's like with, the muzzling of an ox. It's the word there, "Be silent and come out of him." And the unclean spirit, convulsing him and crying out with a loud voice, came out of him. They were all amazed, just as before. They were all astounded. And they kept asking one another, "What is this? A new teaching with authority? He commands even the unclean spirits, and they obey him." At once his fame began to spread throughout the surrounding region of Galilee. So I hope you can see something of the chiastic structure that may be there in this one. Now, this is a very interesting scene, one of my favorites, and a bit more complex too. Cures in Capernaum. So again, coming out of the synagogue to heal, going into synagogues to proclaim. The needs of one person, the needs of the whole world. The sensitivity of Jesus, the insensitivity of the disciples. The vastness of human need, response to that need in prayer, and in the controlling one, a very interesting one, limits of the mission of Jesus. We'll see that if I come to it in a minute. Immediately they left the synagogue, they went to the house of Simon and Andrew with James and John. So they're in this town of Capernaum. It implies that that's where Simon and Andrew came from. This is at the northern tip of the Sea of Galilee. There's a town there today which is, and there's even a place this is alleged to have been the house, who knows. It's a beautiful place to visit. Now Simon's mother-in-law was in bed with a fever. Every illness in this gospel is used symbolically as well as real, so that the sinner is a paralytic. It's implying that sin paralyzes, and so a sinner is presented as a paralytic. Here it simply says she has a fever, nothing particularly special. In other words, she's got what? A cold, the flu, something like that. It does, nothing. It's not implied that it's life-threatening. She's sick. But there she, and they told him about her at once. He came and took her by the hand and lifted her up. And the fever left her, and she began to serve them. Now, again, the different Gospels have different stories. I forget which it is. Matthew, I think, has Jesus standing across the opposite side of the room, commanding the fever. Luke has a bit of both, but Mark deliberately has Jesus coming and taking her by the hand. Gentle personal care is what he's accenting, because that will contrast
to when he gets the whole crowd in a few minutes' time. This personal care of one person. She's not the sickest person in the whole town, but she's there. You can't walk past the immediate need in your own house and go out and help the world. I mean, you all know that. Charity begins at home. And even for Jesus, that's where it begins. If he's staying in Simon's house, then he looks after the person there, even a mother-in-law. And by the way, of course, if Simon had a mother-in-law, then sometime or other he had a wife, didn't he? We know nothing of that story. But there she is. So Jesus came and in a gentle personal care took her by the hand and lifted her up. But that evening at sundown, they were bringing to him all who were sick. And the whole city was gathered around the door. We'll find that these words, all and whole, are used 4 times in this scene. 2 more down here, 2 of them here. They brought all who were sick. Well, remember, he'd just cured a man with an evil spirit, and he'd just cured the mother-in-law. Wow, says the whole town. He is someone. So they bring all the sick. Of course they'd bring all. Who would they leave at home? You know, they'd bring all the sick to him. And the whole city was going. Of course you'd come. What better entertainment was there on in Capernaum that evening? Of course you'd come. Not just entertainment, you'd come to see. Is this real? Can this person do this? So all who were sick and the whole city was gathered round the door. And he cured many who were sick. Now, many can mean all in Aramaic, Hebrew languages. It can also simply mean a large number. But I believe that it's meant to be contrasted with the 4 alls. All who were sick, the whole city was there. Later, all are searching for you. And then he went through the whole Galilee. So you've got these 4 uses of all or whole, and 1 use of many in the middle. And I believe it means that he cured many, but he did not take away all problems from the town of Nazareth. Let's think about that for a moment. What have been some of the things that might have been left there the next day? Think about that. I tell you what, it's time for our break. Why don't I leave you with that thought? What might Jesus not have cured? Let me give you one example. There might have been someone who at that stage, when Jesus was there, was 101 years old. Possible, isn't it? We don't hear of Jesus reversing the aging process, making that person young again. So conceivably, that person could have died the next day. There's one Jesus didn't resolve. What are some of the others that might have been left behind the next day? I'll leave you with that while we have our break. During the break, did anyone else think up anything that Jesus might not have cured? Oh. Well, the answer was people with intellectual disabilities. He could cure such a person now. What he couldn't do was give them the knowledge that they would have acquired over the years, if they hadn't had it from the beginning. But no, I was thinking of things like this. There are many. I said, old age is one. Let's say there was a mother who'd lost a child. Jesus could give her an overwhelming sense of love now, but she'd still grieve for the child. You wouldn't take that away. The cynics in the town, part of it is faith was required, and that was still there. But I was also thinking about, we never hear of Jesus curing sick animals, and yet that could have been very much the problem for one family. He didn't take away, more basically, the Roman occupation. So they still had soldiers knocking down doors and, taking taxes from people. They still had all that the next day. They still had an endemic poverty in the town, all of that. Most important of all, he couldn't take away that deep, deep, deep longing for the infinite that is there within every human being. All that still existed the next day. You see what I mean? So we're not talking about even Jesus couldn't turn Capernaum into utopia in one day. So there's a profound truth in saying he cured many. When the all is used 4 times and there's many in the middle. Let's see how that develops. And the whole city, he cured many who were sick with various diseases. In the morning, while it was still very dark, he got up and went out to a deserted place, and there he prayed. Now this is important too. Jesus is praying. What do I do next? By the way, here's another sort of earth-shattering one. In Mark's Gospel, it is pretty clear Jesus did not have divine knowledge. Now, Jesus was God. That's absolute to Mark. His title of his Gospel, the story of Jesus Christ, the good news concerning Jesus Christ, the Son of God. So to Mark, Jesus was divine. But he'd given up. I mean, he could suffer in a way God couldn't. And in Mark's understanding, he became so much one of us that he had only human knowledge. Do you follow what I mean here? So a God who had to struggle as we do to know what was the right thing to do. And so this is why he's going off to pray here. Lord, what do I do next? I've cured all these people. I mean, look, imagine the way I imagine this scene too. Think about this one. They bring all the sick. Now, they bring all the obviously sick. You know, the person who's lost an arm or this or that, got the other, and Jesus cures them, and no problem with that. Think about it, though. What would happen when he'd finished that? When he'd cured all the obviously sick? What would have happened next? No, what would they do? No. Now you're getting close.
They'd bring all of sick. They'd move around.
He's already stressed. They brought all the sick. So they brought all the sick. What happens then after he's cured those? You're getting close. Give the microphone here if you would. Say that again, please.
I'm sorry. I just think that there would be a lot of people there not physically, obviously sick, but a lot of depressed, lonely, psychotic even people that were not obviously sick. And I think that his healing would have extended to those.
Yeah, I'm not so much talking about his fear, I'm talking about them. You're right here. Okay, that have brought those who were not so obviously sick. And maybe he cured those. Would that have been it? I mean, what I'm getting at is, look, imagine, Jesus came in here and cured the obviously sick. What happens next? Sorry? Oh no, long before that. Yeah. Sorry? No. Okay, let me put this another way to you. If we had Jesus here curing people, is there a single person in this room who couldn't think of a handy miracle for yourself? Right? And after you got one, could you think of another 10? You could, couldn't you? I mean, just physical ailments for a start. A person of my age, I can think of 20 without pausing for breath. Small things, fortunately. Well, some are too life-threatening if they get away. But all of that, plus a lot of other things too. I mean, in other words, this is what I'm really getting at. We would start looking at ourselves after we cure all those sick people over there. What's in this for me? Here's this man who can work. And that's what would come on and on and on. So that's what I imagine happening. Jesus cured the obviously ill, but it never stops there. People would start thinking, what's in here? What can he cure? Lord, perhaps I don't have lost a leg, but could you fix up my ingrowing toenail? And whatever it may be. A whole lot of other things that as I say, we can all think of. That's what I imagine would have happened, so that Jesus comes away from it with this sense, look, I've cured, and I've cured, and I've cured, but there's still poverty, there's still old age, there's still this, there's still that, there's still this human longing for the infinite still there.
That's what I see as the many. That's what I see as the force of it. And that's what I see as his prayer is all about. He goes off to pray. Lord, what do I do next? Do I stay here? Do I keep working at all these different things until I've made this place perfect? Then what happens? Simon and his companions hunted for him. And the word in Greek means hunted. It means hunting down a wolf that's been chasing the flock. It really means hunting down and catching. Why would they do that?
Want to let him out of his sight.
Exactly. This is their hometown. Simon and Andrew live here. And here they're the special followers of this guy. Look how popular he is. Of course they don't want to let him get away. They're basking in his glory. Oh, yes, we're his special followers. Thank you. See, this man has worked all these miracles. So they hunt him down. They don't want him to get away. When they found him, they say to him, look at it again, all are looking for you. Yeah. In other words, it's maybe the next day, but overnight they've thought of 2,000 more miracles he can work in Capernaum. So they're all hunting him down. All are searching for you. But Jesus has been praying. This is another thing, I won't be able to do this every time. 154 times in his gospel, Mark suddenly changes from past tense to present tense. Sometimes he uses both in the one sentence, and it's quite disconcerting. And it's impossible to do in no English translation does it, because it would make for quite odd reading. But I believe, this is me again, interpretation, you have to make up your own mind. Mark does it whenever he's saying that something that Jesus said has permanent relevance or ongoing relevance. Whereas a past tense, he said, applies to that person at that time. But he says is a permanent truth for all times. This is not the first time it's happened, but this is the permanent truth. Let us go to the neighboring towns. In other words, let's leave behind Capernaum with all the problems that still exist there. Even Jesus can't cure them all. But let's go to the neighboring towns so that I may proclaim the message there. Not so that I may heal the sick, but so that I may proclaim the message there. In other words, the message Jesus had of God's love, that could reach deeper than even his healing powers. And that would become his priority. We'll see that in scene after scene. Jesus is teaching people. That's his priority. And then we'll see him interrupted and still working miracles because he wouldn't walk past human need. But his teaching is the priority, and we'll see evil spirits trying to turn people that priority round and get people to ask only for cures and not listen to his message. But this is the priority. This is what he found in prayer. He must go elsewhere. He must go everywhere. And his priority must be to proclaim the message there also, because that is what he came out to do. That's what God wanted him to do, give out and explain the message of God's love for people. And that was more important, that came before the healing. So he went throughout the whole Galilee. Again, that word whole. There's our fourth example of that, all or whole. He goes throughout the whole Galilee. That's to be his priority. Proclaiming the message in the synagogue. So again, he's in the synagogues as he left the synagogue at the beginning of it. You follow how the structure of that one, as I understand it, works? Yes?
I'm being distracted in my own mind because we know that Mark wasn't there for any of this, and we know that he gained his knowledge of Jesus in a large part from Peter, whom he associated with, and, well, it seems so. I'm just trying to see how his sources, I'm just in wonder at him being able to gather from the sources what you are saying there now.
Let's leave that till the end of this act, when we'll look at, we'll stop there and look at what we've done today and talk about those things. I don't think we can really say that he got it all from Peter. That was part of a tradition.
Yes,
But I think the more we look at Mark, we'd have to say he got it from many sources. And we certainly know that some are Aramaic-speaking sources, some are Greek-speaking sources, because that's reflected in what he said. Remember, I mentioned traditions where people and communities had thought about these things for 40 years, and that's what he taps into, rather than simply one person saying, this is what Jesus did. He gets into the meaning of the events. But we'll come back to that a little later. I'll have to run thanks, Murray. I'll have to run fairly briefly through some of these, but I want to keep with this one because it is important. This is the outcast now. After he's looked at human suffering, this is the third of those realities of human life. The first was evil. The second was suffering on a large scale, where he could not give. Remember, he gave the personal care, gently taking by the hand of the mother-in-law, but then he's presented by the crowd, and suddenly you've got that problem that we face. It's okay when you're dealing with one person, you can give help. What about when you're going to look after a whole community? You know, a whole vast group of people. There are different questions that come up there. Now, suddenly, he's just made a priority, the teaching's going to be, and suddenly he's presented with an outcast, a leper. Now, outcasts destroy priorities. They do, you know, this is the whole nature of them. And that's why this scene is here. He just made the priority, and instantly he's got to forget it. You can't preach to a person like this. No way. You know, God loves you, my child, and then go on, leaving him still a leper. You know, and Jesus is not going to do that. So he cures the leper. And it's deliberately put there. You make a priority, but you've got to allow for the outcast. You can't make hard and fast priorities. You've got to allow for the outcast, and different rules will apply. So we have an outcast leper. At the end, we'll see, very interesting, Jesus becomes the outcast. The strong feelings of Jesus, the cure. Move with indignation. Any English Bible you pick up will say move with compassion. Why have I changed it? Well, remember the problems with the text. Now, there are two Greek words. One is splagnistes, pardon the general knowledge, I happen to remember this. If it's Mark's Gospel, I remember it. I spent 10 years on this. And splagnistes means filled with compassion. Augustes means filled with indignation. Now, I quote the two Greek words because they're in no way similar. They're totally different. Some ancient manuscripts have one, others have the other. Now, the majority have filled with compassion, but a significant number have filled with indignation. Now, for years, scholars were following the majority of the text, and they were also saying, and sure, you know, compassion, that belongs to Jesus, indignation doesn't. Nowadays, scholars are saying, hold on here. We can understand why a scribe might have changed indignation to compassion. We cannot understand why a scribe might have changed compassion to indignation. So we'd better think again. Perhaps indignation is the real one. Now, why would Jesus be indignant? Who would he be indignant with? Anyone? John.
Maybe the people that were trying to keep him at a distance still.
This is it exactly. So the indignation is not at the leper. It's at what the people, the community had done to the leper. You see, lepers had to stay away from them. Remember, this is contagion at a time when it was poorly understood. You needed to protect yourself against a terrible disease like leprosy. So they needed to be separated from the community. That was essential, sadly. But that's what people contented themselves with. Kicked them out and left them out there. Also, they went further and said, remember, all illness is possession by a devil, therefore these people are possessed by a devil, therefore they're evil, therefore we don't have to worry about them. So they kicked them out and left them out. And that's what got Jesus indignant. They could have demanded that they be separate for reasons of hygiene and contagion. Oh yes, no quarrel with that. Jesus would have agreed. But they could have made life a lot better for them. And they didn't. And that was what Jesus got indignant about. So the man says to him, if you choose, you can make me clean. It's a beautiful, moving phrase, isn't it? I know you have the power because I've heard of what you've done to these other people. If you choose, you can make me clean. By the way, a leper comes to him, kneeling, says to him, the leper has broken the law. Remember, they were supposed to keep separate? This leper has come up to a group of healthy people. He was not supposed to do so. What's the response of Jesus? He's moving in indignation. What is it? Jesus stretched out his hand and touched him. Good God, touched the leper. Not allowed, absolutely forbidden by the law. And with good reason, because contagion wasn't understood. So the leper was not supposed to come to Jesus. Jesus was not supposed to touch him. But in Mark, the healing power of touch is very powerful and very important. And also Jesus would touch him. And again, another present tense. See, stretched out his hand and touched him, past tenses, suddenly changes to present tense, says to him, because we've got a permanent truth, I do choose. Yes, Jesus constantly chooses to help people. There's a permanent truth. I do choose. Be made clean. Immediately the leprosy left him and he was made clean. This is the center, the cure. That controls our understanding of everything in it. But again, the strong feelings of Jesus, being deeply moved towards him. So his indignation at what people had done to the lepers, but now deeply moved towards him. He cast him out. Now Jesus does what the community said he should have done at the beginning. He cast him out. So it's a deliberate word used there. He cast him out now, after he cured him. Because what the law required was that if a person appeared to be cured from leprosy, leprosy was a word used for a far broader thing than we would use today. What's the technical term? Hodgkin's disease, isn't it, for leprosy, am I right? Hansen's disease, thank you. I knew it was an H. I got that far. Hansen's disease. The term leprosy is used there goes far beyond that to any sort of virulent skin disease. And if a person appeared to be cured from that, he had to present himself to the priest and, all that sort of, there's a whole chapter of the book, the Old Testament on it. And see that you say nothing to anyone, but go show yourself to the priest and offer for your cleansing what Moses. So now he orders them to do what he shouldn't have done before. Now, and it even uses the word casting out, but after the cure. The man doesn't appear to have done so, and Jesus doesn't seem terribly worried about it. But he went out and began to proclaim it freely, tell everyone, and to spread the word, so that Jesus could no longer go into a town openly, but stayed out in the wilderness places. In other words, Jesus becomes something of an outcast himself. What's the next worst thing to being useless to people? Answer, being too useful to them. Because then they'll swamp you. And that's what happens here. So Jesus has to become himself the outcast. And people are coming to him from every quarter. Yes, it's precisely the people who make themselves outcast by helping. Today, someone goes out and works among people with AIDS. He might become, don't want to do much with him, we might catch a disease from him or something. And yet that's the person we'll trust more than most others. The one who is out with the outcasts of our society. People who work with people with AIDS, with Aboriginal people, what have you. They're the ones we'll probably trust more than any others. So Jesus becomes the outcast, but people are coming to him from every quarter. Get the structure? Yeah, good. Now the fourth of these realities is the cure of the paralytic. Remember I said every illness here is a real illness, but it's also used symbolically. So the leper is the symbol of the outcast. The paralytic, I believe, is the symbol of the sinner. And Mark's point, which is very real, that sin paralyzes us in doing good. Simple example. I steal, let's say, $1,000 from Michael over there. Now, how can I kneel down and say, dear God, I love you very much, with that $1,000 sitting in my pocket? I can't, can I? I mean, not unless I'm something awful breakdown. let me give the money back first, and then I can pray. But in the meantime, while it's sitting there, I've got a problem. I've got a problem in praying. I've got a problem in doing good. In other words, sin can paralyze. And I believe that's the symbolism here. Jesus enters the house. The transformed paralytic leaves the house, is a balance. Speaking the word, the substance of the word. Faith of ordinary people is contrasted with the lack of faith of the leaders, and then the central controlling one, the cure of the whole person. So when he returned to Capernaum after some days, it was reported that he was in the house. That's not what the Greek says. It just says in-house. It doesn't say that house, Peter and in other words, Simon and Andrew's house. It just is. But he's back in Capernaum. So many gathered around that there was no longer room for them, not even in front of the door. So this is an even bigger crowd than when he was in Capernaum before, remember, with the whole crowd gathered before the door. Here there's no room even in front of the door. Bigger crowd. And he was speaking the word to them. Remember what I said? Jesus is back to his priority. This was his priority that he made in that earlier scene. But once again, it's interrupted. Some people come, bringing to him a paralyzed man. And when they could not bring him to Jesus because of the crowd, they removed the roof above him. And after having dug through it, they let down the mat on which the paralytic lay. When Jesus saw their faith, he says, present tense, to the paralytic, "Son, your sins are forgiven." Now, the interesting thing here, they've brought a paralytic to him. And they're expecting that he'll cure the paralysis. Instead, Jesus says, "Your sins are forgiven," which surprises everybody, probably the paralytic himself. But remember, I'm saying the symbolism here, Mark is big on symbolism, that paralysis is a symbol of sin. So if Jesus sees sin in the person, he would see no point in just curing the paralysis and letting the man go with this deeper problem within him. Instead, he'd reach down to the depth of the problem and say, "Your sins are forgiven." Now later will come the cure of the paralysis itself. But first, down to the heart of the problem. The sins are forgiven. The spiritual death within the person, if you like. So he goes to the heart of the problem. Now, then the faith here, this extraordinary faith that would really want to get to Jesus, such that they would climb up and dig through the roof of the house and let the person down, real wanting to get there, is contrasted with the leaders. Some of the scribes were sitting there, questioning in their hearts, "Why does this fellow speak in this way? It is blasphemy. Who can forgive sins but God alone?" So they have a serious problem with what's there. But then at once Jesus perceived in his spirit that they were discussing these questions among themselves. And he says to them, "Why do you raise such questions in your heart? What is easier, to say to the paralytic, 'Your sins are forgiven,' or to say, 'Stand up and take your mat and walk'? But so you may know that the Son of Man has authority on earth to forgive sins," he says to the paralytic, "I say to you, stand up, take your mat, and go to your home." And he stood up immediately, took the mat, and went out before all of them. So they're all amazed and glorified God, saying, "We have never seen anything like this." So this is the fourth of these realities. And the message here is that Jesus came to bring a total cure, a total healing. Not just the cure of physical illness, but leaving something even bigger behind, but to reach down to the depth of what was wrong with a person and to bring the healing there. And that's why it's in that. Yes, Michael.
Jeff, I'm just looking at that turn of phrase in the passage you just read. At once Jesus perceived in his spirit. It doesn't seem like an incidental way of saying it. It would seem the obvious thing to say, Jesus knew that they were saying this, or Jesus heard them saying. Do you put any significance on what Mark is implying there? Jesus perceived in his spirit?
Yeah, I've argued certainly that it's not meant to be, a divine knowledge. It didn't need to be. It was enough to, a human being could have seen what they were murmuring about and have understood, what it was there. No, I don't particularly know what he might mean by perceived in his spirit. No, I'm sorry, I really couldn't offer anything intelligent on that subject. So this is the last of those four of the big realities that he introduces the disciples to, and that he confronts himself, and that will then become part of the whole story of the gospel. He'll be constantly meeting evil. He'll be constantly meeting human suffering. He'll be constantly meeting sin. He will occasionally meet the outcast. Yeah, in different forms. You'll have interesting. Later, for example, all women will be treated. Jesus' dealings with them will be dealings with outcasts. In certain fields of their life, so that the outcast will be there as well. That will be happening. But here is also the first of those 5 scenes of confrontation with the authorities. Remember, I said this whole act is about the authorities and their failure, and it really begins here in this 5th or middle scene, and it will continue in each of the ones that follow. All right? Yes?
Just in that question that Michael asked, it says above that they were thinking to themselves. They didn't say out loud, how can this fellow act like this? And so you can imagine if there's some hostility there in their hearts, and he's inwardly aware of it, as it says in my translation, that he could pick up the vibes without necessarily hearing anything said, and that's a human...
You don't often have to hear words. The body language can all give you a message of what they thought about what he was doing, and he would have known, as anyone would have known, what was the basis. Jesus...
been very deep too. He would have been very intuitive, wouldn't he? I mean, because he was, because he was so without him not having the knowledge, as you say, his understanding, the Holy Spirit was moving him in great depths, and he could pick up this sort of thing.
Yeah. I mean, of course, I believe Jesus was a sensitive person. I would resist too much tendency to make him too divine. That's not what Mark is saying. Mark is saying he became one of us. Now, sorry, this is where, see, John's gospel, Jesus did have divine knowledge. There's no doubt about that. And Matthew and Luke are closer to Mark, much closer, but they're just moving a little bit of the way towards John. And then John and Paul, these are fascinating things. John and Paul are more on the resurrected Christ, the divine Christ. The first 3, the Synoptic Gospels, so-called, are about the development, the story. And then a very interesting one, see, Protestants have really taken up John and Paul. And all their talk, this is, like the Anglicans here in Sydney, Peter Jensen and co. It's very much John and Paul all the time, the resurrected Christ. Not so much this story of, and yet, my personal belief, this is the story that people relate to today, people of our day. They're turned off by too much of the divine Christ. They can relate to a Jesus who's struggling. They may deny he is God. I believe he is. Mark believes he is. But they can at least relate to a Jesus struggling to understand. That's what's here.
Excuse me.
The suffering. Yeah, that'll come later. That'll come later. Much. That'll be very big in a moment.
Does Mark touch on the fact that Jesus many times can read their hearts?
Well, here,
Reading
and
their
in
hearts.
a few scenes time, the last scene of
Not
this act,
what's on the outside, but
we'll see that Jesus realizes what's going on, yes, around, yeah.
read their hearts.
As I say, I have not the slightest problem, obviously, in believing he was a very sensitive person. But I
body language is terribly powerful. Yeah, I mean, some people, I know one person, I will not mention who, but he's got the most extraordinary body language. And you know exactly what's going on. Just you know immediately what's going on. And it's good, it's good, you can tell. Now, listen, I'm going to cut through the next few scenes because I'm watching, time is, and I want to leave some time for the questions at the end. So, can we skip, this is the next one where he calls sinners and calls the tax collector to follow him. The man of the tax booth, he says, come follow me, and he does. And then there are many, the community's growing, and the Pharisees are trying to subvert them, saying, you don't want to go with this fellow, he's mixing with sinners. And this is where we're getting on to the problems of Mark's community. How should they mix with people who might contaminate them? But I won't go through that one. The next one's about fasting, where he's asked, John's disciples were fasting. People come and ask him, why do John's disciples, but your disciples do not? And he gives them an answer. And then he starts talking about cloth and wine and wineskins. And he's talking about the whole relationship between what he's saying, the new Christian religion, if you like, and the Jewish religion. And they're going together. And then finally there's one in the Sabbath, where on the Sabbath he was going to the grain fields. As they made their way, his disciples began to pluck heads of grain. The Pharisees said, look, why are they doing what is not lawful on the Sabbath? So the Sabbath has become a real problem here. And then he used that example of David. Here's this mistake, Abiathar, wrong. It was Ahimelech. So, this is the gospel, divine gospel mistake. We've got to accept that. It is. And he ate, and then he was saying the Sabbath was made for humankind, not humankind for the Sabbath. Then, the last thing, which is the one I will stop on. Now, this is the same Sabbath. So we're still in the Sabbath here. And he entered the synagogue, and a man was there who had a hand that had been dried up. That's my bit, but that's what the Greek says. It's a participle that implies that he wasn't born that way. A hand that had been dried up, that brings it out. That's what the Greek says. So he'd had a normal hand, but it had been dried up. Now, symbols. Who is this man a symbol of? This is me, but I believe there's only one possibility. He's a symbol of the Pharisees and the scribes themselves, who were good people. There's no doubt. I mean, they were good people. Forget the press that Christians have given them. They were good people. They were trying seriously to do God's will in their lives, and they were good people. But in Mark's view, interpreting Jesus, it was as though their hand had been dried up, and they were not capable, therefore, of doing all the good things. Why? Because of their allegiance to this detailed law. I did comment on one of the earlier scenes, which I've just passed over, the bit about where they're gathering grain. They're going out for a walk on a Sabbath, and they're plucking ears of grain and eating them. Now, what the Pharisees had done had taken the law, keep holy the Sabbath day, and they'd worked out 39 subsections of things you're allowed to do and not to do, and 6 subsections of each of those 39 that you were not allowed, very detailed. You were allowed to walk so far, not one step further. And this was what Jesus objected to. He felt that that was getting in the way of the divine law itself. You could never compare the two, between keeping holy the Sabbath day and walking 2 steps longer than the scribes allowed you to walk. That worried him, greatly worried him. And it was this. And here, they could say it's not lawful to heal on the Sabbath. It was lawful to prevent a wound from getting worse, but it was not lawful to heal on the Sabbath day. And this is the sort of thing that Jesus had a problem with. So this man had his hand dried up, and I believe he's a symbol of the Pharisees himself. Entering the synagogue to heal, leaving the synagogue to destroy. Silent accusation, responsible accusation, Jesus and the Jewish law, the crucial thing there. They were watching him to see whether he would cure him on the Sabbath so that they might accuse him. Now, the scene before had also been on the Sabbath, where they'd been plucking ears of grain. Now, the punishment for breaking the Sabbath, believe it or not, was death. It was a very serious law. Now, we don't have much in the way of it, that happening, but in fact and in practice, you had to break it twice. There had to be a warning. before the penalty could be applied. And the warning had occurred in the previous scene, where they'd talking, what are you and your disciples are breaking the law. So this is the second offence after the warning, and death can follow from it. And that's what we'll see will happen. That's important to understand. It's the second offence after the warning. And they were watching him so that they might accuse him. So there's an ill will presented as being here. They are watching to see, and they're going to accuse him if he does. And he says to the man who had the withered hand, rise up into the middle. So let's get this out in the open. Rise up, come up, let's everybody see you here. Then he says to them, and here's the crucial principle, is it lawful, again at present tense, is it lawful to do good or to do harm on the Sabbath, to save life or to kill? This is the crucial question, Jesus. But they were silent. Not because, they couldn't disagree with that, but on the other hand, they could not, don't interpret in malice. They could not see that it could be good to break their law. That was the foundation of their lives. God gave the law to Moses. It cannot be good to break the law. It just can't. So what's this man talking about? So they don't understand what on earth he's on about. It cannot be good to break the law. But Jesus sees it in these, going beyond the details of the law, back to the absolutely basic question. Is it lawful to do good or to do harm on the Sabbath, to save life or to kill? And he's back to the principle that he announced two things before, that the Sabbath was made for humankind and not humankind for the Sabbath. So the Sabbath is important. Jesus did not ever attack the Sabbath. He believed in a day of rest, a seventh day, and he believed in dedicating it to God. But it was made for human beings. And it was not meant to prevent someone from being cured from some illness. That he might have to, if Jesus had to move on, the man might spend the rest of his life with this withered hand. But they were silent because they hadn't. And he looked around at them with anger. This is interesting. And he was grieved at their hardness of heart. The first use of that hardness of heart. If anyone knows medicine here, it's actually the Greek word is the word we use even today, sclerocardia, hardness of heart. And cardiologists will use that word if you come across it. But he was angry at what had happened to them, but grieved also at this hardness of heart that they couldn't see because of their system. They could not see what was so clear to him, that the Sabbath is there for human beings, and if you can cure a person on the Sabbath, then for God's sake, cure. Don't get caught down in details of all of this. He stretched it out. The man stretched out. He said to the man, stretch out your hand. He stretched out, and his hand was restored. So the man had to stretch out his hand towards Jesus. And really, this is the message to the Pharisees yourselves. You're good people, but your system is preventing you from doing good. To get over it, you've got to learn to stretch out your hand. You do that, you can be cured. The Pharisees went out immediately. Went out and immediately conspired with the Herodians. The Pharisees, they weren't religious authorities. They were a particular party. And the Herodians were the followers of King Herod, so of the kingdom, so really of the Romans. And this is a most unusual pairing. The Pharisees and Herodians had very little to do with one another. But they're plotting against him how to destroy him. Now this is very powerful stuff. Remember, this is the second breaking of the Sabbath after the warning. So technically, according to the law, he's guilty of a crime, a capital crime, for which he could be put to death. And they're plotting to destroy him. It's very early in the Gospel. In Mark's development of themes, it's the failure of the leaders. They cannot see beyond their own system, and already they are plotting to destroy him. All right? Now I'm going to go back for a second. Where are we? Now remember I showed you this before. Call of disciples and evil were the authority of Jesus they accented. Then there was this meeting with evil, suffering, the outcast, the sinner, which we've seen. There was the controversy with the leaders, starting there, where they murmured about him forgiving sins, right down to this one where they're plotting to destroy him. So this controversy with the leaders. At the same time, he's dealt with questions of his community about mixing with sinners, about fasting, and about whether and how they should observe the Sabbath. So he's been doing all these complex things throughout this act. So it's a very busy act. You'd have to think a lot, wouldn't you, to come up with all of this and arrange it to do all of those things. But now I'm going to ask you the big question. Was he also doing this? Uh-oh, where have I got it? Sorry, you'll have to give me a second while I find it. I've lost. This was always going to be perfect as long as I kept the order. I know what I did, I put it aside. I know what I did, I put it aside. Was he also doing this? See, these are the 9 scenes we've looked at. Now, remember them now. The first one was the calling, the beginning of the call of the disciples, right? To the beginning of a new community. The last one we've just looked at was the leaving of the old community, a rejection of them. The second scene was law and human need, healing on the Sabbath. Remember that confrontation with evil that occurred on a Sabbath? And that balances therefore law with the principle of the Sabbath was made for human beings, not human beings for the Sabbath. C, there will be suffering. Cure of many, not all. And that balances the one on fasting. There will be fasting. Identifying with the outcasts balances with eating with sinners. And the central controlling idea is the one of the total cure. Now, have I read that into Mark, or did he intend this? You see what I mean? So the two things were happening simultaneously. At one level, that other structure I showed you, where the authority in the first 2 scenes, the meeting with the 4 realities of human life in the next 4, the controversy with the leaders on the last 5, the dealing with the problems of his own community in the last 4, all that, and this as well. Now, this is what you've got to make up your minds on. As I say, I believe it's there. The proof is not in any one scene. The proof is to look at the whole gospel and then come back and say, now, is this his pervasive way of talking? To explain something to you, I spent 10 years writing this book. I was doing a few other things besides, you will understand. But I was 10 years on this, and I came to this concept of whole acts organised this way only about year 6 or 7 of that 10 years. And it was only by looking at the 4th act, the way, because things are beautifully clear there. That might take me a little bit to dig into. Oh, no, it doesn't. I've got it. I can see it. Yeah, now, this is anticipating. This is the 4th act. This is the way, right? See how it starts with blindness and partial sight. It ends with blindness and total sight. And that becomes controlling. It's a journey from blindness through partial sight to full sight by the disciples, but also by Jesus himself. Very interesting. Then the predictions of the Passion are in 3, 8, and 13. Awfully neat, isn't it? And then other things balanced around them. And it was at that act that I decided to myself, gosh, this really is over the whole act, the structure. And then I started looking back at the other acts. So it came very gradually to me, and I wouldn't expect anything more from anybody else than I would expect from myself. Now, I've got to make sure I don't get these things in the wrong place. All right, I think that is as far as I intend to go today. So, do you want to make any questions or comments there?
In the
story where they break the Sabbath the first time
Sorry,
by picking the grains.
sorry, which?
The story of the first Sabbath where they ate the grains.
Yes.
Picking it. That ends when Jesus says the Sabbath was made for humankind and not humankind for the Sabbath.
Mm-hmm.
So the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath.
Yeah.
Now he's speaking of himself as the Son of Man.
Son of Man. Now that's
What does he mean by that?
We'll come to that one. It's not. It depends a lot on whether you put capitals in it. Lots of the translations today put capitals. Mark didn't, not the original Greek text. I don't believe you should.
Lord, he says
it's out. No, it's a means of referring to. It means I. As say a writer might say, the present author believes. So the Son of Man believes. It's a metaphor of saying I believe, and it's not much more than that. But it came to be not in the Bible, but actually in the apocryphal literature. You know what I mean by that? The book of Esdras and other books like that. The Son of Man came to have capital letters, as though this was some, and it's all taken from the book of Daniel. But in the book of Daniel, it simply means one like a human being. This person is being compared with the beasts who've just come up in the scene before. So it simply means I, the Son of Man. But really, it's used here. It becomes up when we get to the fourth act, is when we'll really see that term Son of Man. And part of what that act does, Jesus redefines 4 or 5 terms. He redefines Kingdom of God. He redefines Son of Man. He redefines Messiah. He redefines Suffering Servant. And he redefines Elijah Return. All rather differently from the way they were understood. And in particular, what Mark does, what Jesus does, is to put together the two terms Messiah and Suffering Servant. Now, none of the literature would ever have done that. No Jew would ever put those two terms together. The Messiah was not going to be a suffering servant. He was going to be a great this, that, and the other. Whereas Jesus, and Mark reflecting him, emphatically puts the two together, and that becomes the key to our understanding. It's one of the themes of the whole second half of the gospel, that we have to see God in this suffering servant. And the Son of Man becomes a fairly neutral way of referring to himself.
I think I missed something. When you said that for breaking the Sabbath, the penalty was death, you said the second example after the warning. What was the warning again, please?
Was over them walking through the field, plucking the ears of corn, and the scribes say to Jesus, they're breaking the law, and you're breaking the law because you're allowing your disciples to do so. That was the first offence and the warning.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So this one is the offence after the warning, and in the law of the scribes, there had to be a warning first and a second offence before the death penalty could be applied. Here you have your second offence, and so they go out and talk to the Romans to destroy him.
Okay. Thank you.
Could I just ask one thing? We skipped briefly over the part about new wine, new skins. Would you be saying anything more about that? I mean, it's an incredibly refreshing concept, but there are other passages about not one part of the old law passing away.
So there's
new wine and new skins. Yeah, as opposed to taking something onto the old flock.
Well, it will come up, the relationship between what Jesus is saying and Judaism, but have to say that Jesus can't have been too specific on that, because it became a massive question in the early Christian church for years. And if Jesus had been crystal clear, then why was there this big controversy? I mean, you find it throughout the writings of Paul and the Acts, this big fight. So Jesus can't, so in other words, Jesus may have used a phrase like that, new one and one, but he can't have applied it specifically to himself and the Jewish religion in a crystal clear fashion. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain that later controversy. So part of that is Mark's work in putting it there.
Would it be true to say that you're concentrating on the humanity of the Godhead in what I've picked up from what you've said so far?
Yes, mind you, I would claim that's what Mark's doing, and that's why I'm
I
doing
see.
it. But he would also, his very first words, the good news of Jesus Christ, the Son of God. So Mark believes he's the Son of God. And that's never, never downplayed or denied. And it becomes crystal clear later in the Gospel. Jesus was Son of God.
But it's important to think of the Son of God as a human being.
God became a human being.
Thank you.
And the interesting one, I believe, in Mark's presentation, he gave up divine privileges in becoming a human being. The privilege of not suffering, and he was able to suffer. He also, in Mark's presentation, I believe, gave up the privilege of divine knowledge so that he could become totally one with us. I mean, I can relate to a Jesus who had human knowledge in a way I can't relate to a Jesus who had divine knowledge, because I don't have divine knowledge. I've got to struggle and to know what's right, and I can relate to a Jesus who had to struggle in the same way. It's a lot to think about there. Okay, I hope I've given you something to think about before we try again next week.
Can I just say a brief practical point? If people want copies of the tapes, there'll be 2 60-minute tapes for each week, and it costs you $6. And we don't promise any great professional presentation, but the quality of the voice on it will be very good. Please see Mari down the back to order them. Now, with regard to the overheads that Jeff's been using, we will make copies of those to accompany the tapes too. So I think that's all I need to say. Well, there are the notes that there's about 10 pages or 8 more pages that Jeff's given me to photocopy generally, but the overheads are just going to copy to go with the tapes. So okay, thank you very much. Academy 2004. This is a course given by Bishop Geoffrey Robinson on St. Mark's Gospel over 5 weeks. This is week 2, tape 1.
Good. All right, we might get underway. I think we'll get into a habit of starting pretty well on time. Just to remind you of an overall structure. Remember this, as I see it, there's 7 parts to this. The first 3 in the Galilee, the last 3 in Jerusalem, the way being the choice to go from the one to the other with all the consequences that would have. The first one that we looked at last week dealt with the authorities. Today we'll be looking at the crowd briefly, and then we'll be starting on the section on the disciples. A failure of each of them. Just to start, though, I was reading a book on Mark's Gospel during the week that was published long after I'd written my own book, so it wasn't when I studied. And just something that refers to one of the scenes quite early. Sorry, I mustn't get these in the wrong order or I've got big problems. Yes. Now this was that chiastic, remember that word, C-H-I-A-S-T-I-C? Chiastic structure of the first act. And this little passage from this book refers to the seed, the third scene here, so quite early. Remember that scene, it started with Jesus entering the home of Simon and Andrew, and Simon's mother-in-law is sick. So he cures her. He goes over, takes her by the hand, and gently lifts her up. And then it says that she, diakone, she served them, she ministered to them, served them a table. Now, something I wasn't quite aware of. There was the law of Moses contained in the first 5 books of the Bible. So the books of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. The law is there. But then at the time of the exile, that was 586 BC, when the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar swept down, conquered the country, took everybody off into slavery. And that made them really obviously think about themselves. Who were they? What was happening here? That, God had allowed this. And they decided that it was because they disobeyed the law. So the phrase they used was built a fence around the law. And they spelled out the law of Moses in 1,001 particular details. Remember, the law of Moses, all it said was, keep holy the Sabbath day. Nothing more. Just keep holy the Sabbath day. But the scribes, by the time of Jesus, had spelt 39 ways in which you could violate that commandment of keeping holy the Sabbath day. And then they had 6 subsections under each of those 39. So, for example, you were allowed to walk a certain distance on the Sabbath, but not more. And that was what really stuck in Jesus' craw. He could, that if you walk 5 meters less than that, you were observing the Sabbath day. If you worked 5 meters more than it, you were violating the Sabbath. He really couldn't see that he felt that those particular laws got in the way, ultimately, of the law of God. Keep holy the Sabbath day. With that law, he had no quarrel at all. He believed in keeping holy the Sabbath day. But he had this problem with the spelling out. Now, here's one little example from this book. Oops, have I got the page? Yes. So Simon's mother-in-law, there is more to this miracle story than its form. A respected religious leader would not take any woman by the hand. Though there were precedents for rabbis taking the hand of another man, there are no examples of rabbis doing so for a woman, and certainly not on the Sabbath, when the act could wait until after sundown. And so Jesus could well be accused of contracting uncleanness and violating the Sabbath. Furthermore, he opened himself to further accusation by allowing himself to be served at table by this woman. This may appear normal enough to us, but no self-respecting rabbi would allow such a thing. As Rabbi Samuel, who died in about 254, had said, one must under no circumstances be served by a woman, be she adult or child. Now, that I wasn't aware of till I read it during the week, that particular one. But why I read it out now, it highlights what I was saying. It means that from the very beginning, Jesus came on the scene violating these laws all over the place. Look, here in this bee, he was healing on a Sabbath. Not allowed. You must wait until after the Sabbath before healing takes place. So he's breaking the law. Here, he takes this woman by the hand, breaking the law. He allows her to serve him at table, breaking the law. He identifies with the outcast. He touches the leper. Again, breaking the law. He cures the man, says, your sins are forgiven. That's more than breaking the law. That's claiming to have God's power. Then he eats with the tax collectors and sinners, not allowed. Sharing a meal with sinners, breaking the law. They go out and the disciples are gathering ears of corn and eating them, breaking the law. So right throughout this act, Jesus is breaking that law. And hence it leads to that confrontation at the end. Remember the one in the synagogue where he cures a man for the second time on the Sabbath. The second miracle on the Sabbath. The second breaking of the law on the Sabbath. And as a result of that, they go out to plot his downfall, to plot his death. What it brought home to me, just reading that little bit, was the confrontation with that law, and hence with the authorities, is here throughout this act. It's right up here at the beginning, even more than I suspected. It's there throughout, this confrontation with the law. It won't be the only quarrel Jesus has with the whole Jewish nation. There will be others. But this is the first one it presents. And it presents Jesus as talking in the synagogues. That is, using the religion of the people, using its structures, but standing loose to it, not following the details, and hence a confrontation, hence at the end a rejection of him, and a plotting already, this early in the gospel, a plotting of his death. So a quite dramatic, where am I now? A quite dramatic change then comes over it when we see the next act. Yes, this is the structure of it. I'll come back to this. I'll put that one aside. There'll be a withdrawal from the old Israel. We'll see that. A founding of a new one, a contrast between the two, and then we'll come to the second half of it in a minute. I want to see the first. This is the first scene, and I've entitled it The Crowd, because remember I said the first act will deal with the authorities and their rejection of him. The second act will deal with the crowd. So they're there immediately. But the very first words are interesting. Jesus withdrew, and it becomes clear that it's more than a physical withdrawal. Jesus withdrew from what the first act had been all about, the confrontation with the leaders. He withdrew, as it were, from the old Israel. He could no longer hope to use that religion, its structures, its leaders, as the vehicle of his message. So he withdrew from that. Instead, he turns elsewhere. Well, if the leaders won't follow me, if all those structures I can't use, what about the people? Can I appeal to the people themselves? And will they follow me? And will that become the vehicle by which my message can be spread? So he turns to the crowd. So he withdrew with his disciples to the sea. But then we meet shallowness of the crowd, which will be exploited by the spirits. We'll meet the clamour, and we'll meet the healing of many. Will be the crucial one here. But this is interesting. A great crowd followed him. So it's a great crowd already, right? This early in the gospel. We're still quite early. A great crowd from Galilee, Judea, Jerusalem, Idumea, beyond the Jordan, the region around Tyre and Sidon. That's pretty broad. The first three are Jewish areas: Galilee, Judea, Jerusalem. Idumea was to the south, a sort of religiously suspect region. They would sort of become Jews, but not quite. So it was a bit suspect. And beyond the Jordan was a bit the same, the other side of the Jordan. The region around Tyre and Sidon was up in modern-day Lebanon, so up to the north on the sea. And that was definitely a pagan area. So really, it's crowds had come from all over the place, but a great crowd. And this is the way Mark's always bracketing things, you know, this chiastic structure, even in his writing. A great crowd, a great crowd. See? And he uses that to bracket the places they come from in the middle. Then, why had they come? Hearing all that he was doing. Now, this is the beginning of their failure. Why would a beginning of a failure? Why that little phrase? Can anyone see what I'm getting at here? But what's it saying here? What has brought this vast crowd from all, from a long way away? What's brought them? The miracles. Got it, right? What was the priority Jesus had established? Proclaiming the message of God's redemption, God's love. It was his message that was going to give the deeper hearing and that was going to reach a much larger number of people. But what did people want? Miracles. Why have this vast crowd come? Miracles. And that's what will be exploited here. That's what we'll see. That's why I headed the shallowness of the crowd. They've come for what they can get out of him. I'm not looking down on them. If Jesus appeared right down here in George Street now, we'd probably rush down with everybody else, wouldn't we? And we'd be looking for our miracles too. So I'm not being judgmental. I'm just saying this is the way it was. This is what they were after. This is another technique he uses very often. The way, if you took this in chronological order, what would happen? He cured many, because even with a shallow crowd, even he would still, and confronted with human need, he would do what he could. Even though his priority was preaching, he's not going to turn his back on human need. So he cured many. As a result of this, all who had afflictions pressed upon him to touch him. As a result of this, he told his disciples to have a boat ready for him because of the crowd, so that they would not crush him. Do you follow the order that's here? But why has Mark done it this way? He does it time and again by the use of this word for. He gives you the conclusion first, then the for, and the reason, I believe, this is me, is it enables him to get it in this concentric structure, this chiastic structure, and to put in the center what he wants to put there. The center of this is, even for this shallow crowd, even though they'd come with the wrong reasons, Jesus would cure many. And I hear, because it's not contrasted with all, I think the word many simply means many, lots. A whole large number of people he cured, despite their shallowness, despite something that will become very important later in the gospel, despite the fact that they don't really have faith in him as yet. Later, faith becomes a requirement. But at this stage, it's very early, and even this shallow crowd, Jesus would do it. Now, so that all who had afflictions, the word in Greek, it could have said illnesses, diseases, but it deliberately uses this far more generic word and even vague word. We could actually translate it by, I'm getting sort of down to very popular language now, so that all who had anything wrong with them. Right? A deliberately vague phrase. And I believe that ties back to what I was saying last week. First of all, they bring the obviously sick, the people who've missing limb or what have you, and Jesus cures them. And I said it wouldn't have stopped there. People would have eventually thought, oh, there's something else he can cure. And then each one would have thought, and what about my sore big toe? Or, everyone would have thought that have never stopped. What about ultimately the poverty, the Roman domination, ultimately the human condition itself? They would want him to cure. So that he deliberately uses this vague word, so that all who had anything wrong with him pressed upon him to touch him. And the touching will become important later on in the gospel too. As a result of this, he tells the disciples to have the boat ready for him because of the crowd, so that they would not crush him. Then, a very interesting one. This next bit, I think the easiest way to say it is, this did not happen. Mark is not describing something that happened. He's inventing it out of his own mind in order to bring out a point. He has the unclean spirits. Whenever they saw him, they were falling down before him and shouting, "You are the Son of God." Now, that had been a secret before. No one had known this. The only people who had recognized it had been the evil spirits. Why would evil spirits be? It's presented in pantomime fashion. They were falling down, imperfect tense, continually falling down before him, genuflecting, "You are the Son of God." Why would Mark be saying that? And why do I see it as being a spirit exploiting the shallowness of the crowd? Yes, spirits had insight that human beings didn't, but that's not why they were shouting it out. What would be the effect if the crowd had heard that? Exactly. They would want more and more and more miracles. Son of God, wow. Now we can bring absolutely everything and demand our cures for it. So that the spirits are, remember I'm saying this is an invention of Mark. This is not a real event of spirits appearing and you know, acting in this pantomime fashion. But Mark is making a point that this is trying to get the crowd to keep to their priority of miracles. And it's a very good means of making sure that they don't listen to a single word that Jesus might have to say. Remember, how does Jesus speak here? All who had afflictions pressed upon him to touch him, of a boat ready so that they would not crush him. They're all reaching out, clamoring, cure me, Jesus, cure me, crowds, crowds. How does Jesus speak to them in the middle of all of that? So what do the evil spirits do? The power of evil in the world encourages exactly that. To keep wanting your miracles, keep pressing, keep demanding what you want, and then you won't be listening to what he's saying to you. So he presents that as a work of evil. We could see parallels today where to distract people from what's truly good to them by offering something more superficial is a work of evil, finally. Can be, can't it? This can be true of any of adults. I think it can be quite clear in relation to children. You can distract children from something good by offering them a lolly, a chocolate or something. It can be a work of evil. It's presented as such here, so he invents this story of evil spirits. It's a slightly bizarre scene. I think modern people have a bit of problem coming to it. But can you see what he's getting at here? A shallow crowd comes looking for their priority. They don't want to hear him. They want miracles. And the spirits exploit this by saying, you can have all the miracles you want because this man is the Son of God. And then he sternly ordered them not to make him known. Jesus won't have that. He won't have that priority. So Mark presents him as silencing the evil spirits so they won't hear him. Okay, so in this very first scene, we're presented with a crowd that is going to fail, but we're presented with the reason why it will fail, because it comes with its own priorities. It wants what it wants and is not really prepared to listen to what Jesus might have to say. Okay? Bit more on the crowd. I won't take it. I'm going to go through this act a little quickly because I know we've got 10 hours, but we're already in the third one, and I'm only still just at the very beginning of Act 2, so I'm going to go through this one a bit quickly. In the next scene, then, out of this crowd, he chooses 12. The free choice of Jesus. He goes up and calls to him those whom he was wishing. But it's called out of this crowd. So this shallow, superficial crowd looking for its priorities, out of this crowd, he calls 12. And they came to him. And he appointed 12, so he appointed the 12. This balances. The nature of discipleship is the center of it. This is the essence of it. Disciples are those who are with him and are then sent out to proclaim the message, right? They're with Jesus and they're sent out. First, you've got to be with him so that you become familiar with him. You hear everything he said. You witness everything he did. You learn about it all. You spend time with him. Then you are sent out. In this act, they'll be with Jesus. In the next act, they'll be sent out. Also, I'll anticipate slightly, he uses prepositions to now let me wait till the next scene in which I do that. They're with him. And then we're given the list of them. They're a motley crew from what you see here. You've got among them, for example, a tax collector who was one of those who worked with the Romans, collected their taxes. You've also got Simon the Cananean or Simon the Zealot. These were the people who rebelled against the Romans. And that Jesus could actually have in his group a former tax collector and a former zealot. That says a lot for his own strength, that they would both come together there. But it also says something for how diverse this group was. Anyway, he chooses those 12. Put that there. Now, I won't do all of this scene. This is where he's comparing the old Israel and the new. The old Israel is the one he's left behind. He's withdrawn. The new Israel is going to be built on the 12. And the 12 is obviously symbolic of the 12 tribes of Israel. So these are the successors to the 12 tribes of Israel, the 12 he's just chosen. But then a bit of comparing the two, and he does it through the relatives. Then he goes into a house, and the crowds comes together again, so that they had no time even to eat. When his family heard it, they went out to take hold of him, to seize him, to arrest him. For they were saying, he's gone out of his mind. The Greek is even stronger. It literally says, he's out. It's a very graphic phrase, isn't it? He's out. He's not here, not at home. Here's the prepositions now. Those beside him are his family. Or those, it's broader than family. It could also mean his own nation. It means those on whom he had a particular claim. Now, the family, yes, obviously. But also the Jewish nation, the 12, the 12 or more. The 12 of those with him. That means with him all day, every day, hearing everything he said, doing everything. Then a bit later, we get those around him. Those around him are the disciples. And then those against him are those who reject him. So, those with him are the 12. Those beside him are his family or those on whom he can depend in a particular way. And those around him are those who have accepted him, the disciples. He uses these prepositions fairly constantly to denote these groups of people. Anyway, the family hear it, and they say the man's out of his mind. This is the family, so the relatives, and they can't, in other words, it's speaking of a concern for him, or they wouldn't do this. But at the same time, it's speaking of people who really didn't begin to understand what it was that Jesus was trying to do, and thought that he had to be out of his mind to be acting in the way he was. And it's the family that thinks that way. Now, here there's a conflict with the leaders again. It comes back to that. I won't go through that. I'll come back to the family, which balances, and the A and the A balance each other. This is in between. And the power of it is the conflict that's here, a kingdom divided. Jesus is also saying, and by the way, a family divided is also going to run into these very similar problems. So it's any group, any community that is divided. So in its own way, it is a very powerful plea for religious unity, and for us for Christian unity. I mean, one could say that, the Catholic Church today is a house divided, a kingdom divided. There are, people, one side, people the other. Anglican Church the same. And let alone between the different churches. So, a house divided. But he comes back to the family. And this one again has its own chiastic structure. Then the prepositions. His mother and his brothers come, and standing outside. Now, those outside were those who didn't accept Jesus. And that's where the relatives are at this stage. Up there, they've just said he's out of his mind. They don't understand him. They come, but they stand outside, and they send someone in, tell him we're out here to come and see us. So they're outside, they tell him to come out to them rather than go in. A crowd was sitting around him. These are the people who have accepted him. So these are those around Jesus. And they say to him, yes, your mother and your brothers are outside asking for you. And he answers, and the guiding thought at the middle of this chiasm is a question. Who is my brother and my sister? My mother and my brothers and my sisters. Who are the question? And then looking at those who sat around him, he says, here are my mother and my brothers. Whoever does the will of God is my brother and sister and mother. Now, Mary doesn't get much of a press here, does she? She only appears in one other scene, and it's no better. Why? I don't know. I can say this, if Mark's had been the only gospel written, Mary would have virtually no place in the Christian community today, because this is all he says about her. However, before we jump too much and conclude too much, who is the mother who's really being talked about here? Is it Mary? No. It's far more Israel, the Jewish people, the crowd, once again, the whole Jewish people down through the ages. These are the ones who've not understood him. These are the ones who've been too shallow, who haven't accepted him. These are the ones who demand he come out to meet them and be like them and observe their religion in all details. And these are the ones whom Jesus is saying, no, who are my mother and my brothers? They are those who do the will of God. They are my mother and brother and sister and mother. Notice mother begins it, mother ends it. First here, mother and brothers, last here, so that the concept of mother becomes the total, the real contrast. The other thing that, even though the question hasn't said it, it's Jesus who adds the word sisters. Once again, in crowds, pardon me, I'm just telling you the way things were. Women weren't counted. We'll see that later in a miracle. The first miracle of the loaves, there were 5,000 men. Now, does that mean there were no women and children? No, it doesn't. There would have been thousands of them too. But they weren't counted. You counted the men. And that's what's happened here. But it is Jesus who has added the word sister. A woman became important by becoming the mother of sons. Not daughters, sorry, but the mother of sons. That's what gave her importance.
I want to ask, when he said, those who do the will of God is my mother, isn't he referring directly to his mother? Because isn't Jesus referring directly to his mother? Because she's the first one to do the will of God by bringing Jesus into the world.
Yeah, you're right. But you see, what you're doing there is reading a whole lot from other Gospels into this Gospel. So you're taking everything that's said about Mary in the Gospels of Matthew, Luke, and John, and you're putting it in here. No, yeah, but we can't do that. We can't take material from it. We've got to take Mark as Mark is. And we can't take things from other Gospels and put them in here. Yes, of course, I believe Mary was the first to do the will of God. That beautiful phrase in Luke's Gospel, behold the handmaid of the Lord, be it done to me according to your will. She accepted everything, ends up at the cross, all of that. But it isn't in this Gospel. That's why I said that if this was the only Gospel we had, Mary would not have the position she does today. Yes, down the back.
That Joseph is dead, and Jesus would be the head of the family, and he's off gallivanting around. And they are there to reproach him for not fitting in the way it should be in that society.
Again, I think you're reading in. There's no mention of Joseph whatsoever in this gospel. His name is not there at all. So all we're told, Jesus, remember, appears on the scene as a fully grown, mature adult. And that's all we know about him. No, his father's just not mentioned at all in this gospel. It's part of... But he casts out devils. And Jesus says, well, hold on, if that would mean a division within the kingdom of Satan, and a kingdom divided against itself will fall. But by doing it in this form, he's also saying, and so will a family. But the real family he's talking about here is the Jewish people. These are symbols far more than, he's not really talking about Mary at all. We know nothing of Mary from... Her name gets mentioned in a later scene, but as I said, that's not very flattering either. We'll see that one actually in a few minutes. The people, yes.
Jeff, just with that previous one of the call of the disciples, have you got anything to comment about the fact of some people put forward that Jesus and some of his future disciples were disciples of John the Baptist, and he got to know them there?
That's very common, that Jesus started his ministry as a disciple, a follower of John the Baptist. All I can really say is Mark, it's not in Mark's gospel. It may well be true. I've no problem with it as such. And as you say, it's a very common one today. That's. Remember, we're talking about a Jesus who did not know he was God, and so had to find his way. And here's crowds going out to this John the Baptist. Yes, Jesus would have gone to see what was going, and would have recognized John as a good man, and so may well have said, "Here's a good place to start," and worked with John for some time before. And then it's given us a time when John was arrested. It's then said Jesus then began to do this. And in fact, Mark, at least that much, does have that phrase, after John was arrested. Jesus came saying the kingdom of God is close at hand, and repent and believe the good news. So yes, it may well be true that that's how he began. But you couldn't conclude that if Mark's gospel alone were your source. All right, now I'm going to leave out several scenes here and just give you the overview of them. It's about the power of the word. And this scene is the second longest in the gospel. It's 5 parables altogether. And this is the power of the word. It's the parable of the sower going out to sow his seed, when he sows on hard ground and on shallow ground and other ground where the thorns grow up and choke it, and then on good ground. And he explains the parable. The theme in relation to the crowd is Jesus spoke in parables because that was the best way to speak to a fairly superficial crowd. Tell them stories and get them thinking. What does he mean by this different kinds of ground? Is he referring to us? What kind of ground am I? And you have to work and do that. Just as one example, I've often thought I'm none of those 4 grounds. I'm bits of all 4 of them. There are times when I'm sheer concrete and God couldn't begin to get through. There are other times when I'm all enthusiastic but then lose the enthusiasm. There are other times when, yes, other things grow and choke it, and I hope just occasionally there's some good ground there too. But that's my application to myself. We've got to, parables are like that. They don't have one message. They can be endlessly applied. But what Jesus does, he talks in parables, and then to anyone from that crowd who wants to go further,
he'll offer further, he'll help them with that process of applying it. And that's what he does in this. He explains the parable, not just to the 12, but to anyone who wants to come and hear more and think about it more and understand it better. And even Mark is applying it. He, in the middle of this, he applies it to his own persecuted community in a very particular way, particularly in that phrase about, where he again brackets things, about the shallowness, the shallow ground, where it springs up quickly but then dies. And he is applying that to his own community where, yeah, they have faith, but then along comes the heat of the day, read the persecutions, and a lot of them fell away. So he is applying it, and we have to apply it. The second parable is about a light coming into the world. The third one is about the measure. What you give out is what you get back what you give out, that one. The fourth one is about a seed growing overnight, while the person who planted it is sound asleep, and it's growing nevertheless. And the fifth one is about the mustard seed. And when you put them all together, it's a parable about the power of the word received in faith, what Jesus is saying, his message. It's saying that how effective it will be depends on us, because it depends on the soil it receives. At the same time, there would not be any growing at all unless Jesus had come, unless a light had come into the world. But then back to the other theme, what you give out is what you'll get back. So it depends on us again. But then it depends on God again, because the growing takes place when we're sound asleep, if you like. And then finally, even a very small seed can produce a very large result. So this is all the power of the word. And then the power of the word over the forces of nature. That's the scene where they cross the sea and a big storm grows up and Jesus calms the storm. The power of the forces of evil is the center, because that confrontation with evil throughout Mark's gospel is the center. That was the thing above all else that Jesus came to do. And so you'll remember the very first act that he ever performed was that confrontation with evil. It will be the very last one on the cross. So here it's at the center of this. This is the story of the Gerasene demoniac, the man wandering in the tombs who couldn't be controlled and would break the chains and the fetters. And it's a complex story of an illness in a pagan land, and the difficulty, even for Jesus, of driving evil out of a pagan land. A powerful story, but a complex one. Power of word over the forces of death. This is the story of the little girl, 12 years old, who's died, the daughter of the leader of the synagogue. And remember, Jesus, the leader of the synagogue, comes and begs Jesus for his daughter. A brave thing for him to do, because it would have got him in trouble. This leader of the synagogue. But his love for his child brought him to Jesus. He asked for help. Jesus goes with him. On the way, remember there's that story of the woman who'd 12 again. She'd been ill for 12 years. And blood for the Jewish people was the symbol of life. So the fact that she'd had a flow of blood for 12 years meant that life had been ebbing out of her for 12 years, for exactly the same time as the little girl had been alive. And then Jesus cures the little girl after, she takes her by the hand again and says, "Little girl, arise." And she gets up and she's well again. So this is the power of the word over the forces of death. So 5 parables about the power of the word received in faith, the power of the word over the forces of nature, power of the word over the forces of evil, power of the word over the forces of death, but finally, the powerlessness of the word before lack of faith. The one thing that can overcome the power of this word. And that's the scene we'll look at. Jesus in his hometown. He left that place and comes to his hometown, and his disciples follow him. On the Sabbath, he began to teach in the synagogue. This is the first time he's been back to the synagogue since that end of the first act. He's back in the synagogue now, began to teach them. And many who heard him were astounded. They were saying, "Where did this man get all this? What is this wisdom that has been given to him? What deeds of power are being done by his hands?" Now these are good reactions, right? They're saying, look, there's a power in this person. We can hear it. We can see it. There's something very special here. Where did the man get all this? What is this wisdom that has been given to him? What are the deeds of power are being done? But they recognize that deeds of power are being done by him. But then, having recognized all of that, then comes their failure. They fail to accept him. They change the questions. Is not this the carpenter, the son of Mary, and brother of James and Joseph and Judas and Simon? And are not his sisters here with us? And they took offense at him. Now, can you see what's going on here? Firstly, they hear him and they say, gosh, we haven't heard anything like this before. This is special. And we recognize this man has done deeds of power. But why would that be threatening to them? Don't think so. Why would it be threatening in his own hometown? That's what we come to here. Why is that threatening? Why is that threatening?
Why was it threatening? Well, I suppose he wasn't the rabbi. He wasn't one of the leaders. He was just the son of the carpenter, the son of Mary. He wasn't anything special.
Why is it threatening to them that the son of the carpenter should be so special? Exactly.
Yeah.
And what's it therefore saying to them? If he's special, why aren't you?
Yeah.
That's the danger. That's why we'll listen to a guru who comes from a mountaintop in India, but we won't listen to a guy who grew up next door and went to school with us. Because if he's special, why aren't I? What's gone on? What's happened here? And that's why, the mystic guy who looks different and, comes from some other place. Oh, yes, this can be the latest thing we'll all listen to. But we won't take the person next to us. And so this is the second mention of Mary, by the way. Remember I compared it with the other scene. Is not this the carpenter, the son of Mary? It's implying, how could any child of hers be special? So again, if it's not saying anything against her, it's certainly not saying anything for her. Why Mark doesn't have more about Mary, or why I have no idea. I can only tell you what's there. These are the only two references to her in the Gospel, and one has to say that neither's flattering. The earlier one doesn't say she remained forever outside. It doesn't say that. And this one doesn't say anything directly against her. It just doesn't say much for her. It's just saying this man's a terribly ordinary person like us. And what happens, you see, here they've recognized that he's done deeds of power and spoken with authority and with wisdom. They've recognized that. But now they're saying, but he's only this terribly ordinary guy who went to school with us. Therefore, he can't have done deeds of power, and he can't be speaking with any particular wisdom. You see what's the way they've argued and the way and why his own people have rejected him. I won't go into the other complexities here. Who are these brothers and sisters? It depends on whether this comes from an Aramaic or a Greek source. Greek has a word for cousins, anepsios. Aramaic doesn't. And wider, brothers, sisters, cousins, third cousins, were all called brothers and sisters in Aramaic. I'll have to leave that. Also, whether Joseph was the carpenter or whether Jesus was the carpenter. And what they mean by carpenter, the Greek word is tekton, which can mean a worker in either wood or metal or stone. Right? And a very interesting fact, in the early centuries, the Latin fathers of the church had Jesus as a worker in wood, but all the Greek fathers had him as a worker in metal. Now, it doesn't tell us, so this is a popular translation more than a technical one. It means an artisan, a worker, a person who did things in stone or metal or wood. We really don't know. A lot of popular things have come down to us. Doesn't matter. No, there's no heresies here. It's just, and this one says that he was the carpenter rather than, it comes back to a theme. Mark never mentions Joseph, not by name and not even by, the father of Jesus. For Mark, God is the father. And he's not into the family story. That's other Gospels. It isn't Mark. And here we're looking at Mark and we can only take what he tells us. So Jesus was come to the B down there then, what the crowd was continually saying, and then these imperfect tenses. Mark frequently does this. I think I've already skated over one or two examples where you have an imperfect answering an imperfect. Here, they were saying, where did the man get all this? Is not this the carpenter? Jesus was saying, and it implies an ongoing conversation. They were continually saying, not they said once, then he said once, but they were continually saying, and he continually said. And it implies something that just wasn't resolved. They kept saying, this can't be special, this guy, no, son of the carpenter, come on. What are they talking about? He can't be. They're continually saying this. And Jesus is continually answering them. Prophets are not without honor except in their hometown and among their own kin and in their own house. These are words that Jesus has added to the proverb. The proverb is prophets are not without honor except in their own land or in their own country. Jesus has specifically added in their own house. So again, he's back to the concept of family. And family and nation are working together here. And then the powerlessness, and he could do no deed of power there. He could do no deed of power there. And yet, the shallow crowd at the beginning of this act, he cured many. Even though they'd come just for the miracles and didn't want to hear him, he still cured many. But here, he could do no deed of power there. Even then there's an exception, except that he laid his hands on a few sick people and cured them. I think that's implying that these were people who did have some faith, and that for those that there would be a cure. Though I have to admit it's a bit mysterious. But this is the power, and by the way, after miracles, each of the ones we've had before, the crowd was amazed. Now, for the very first time, it's Jesus who's amazed. And can you see the power? This is the end of the act, by the way, the end of the second act. Remember, it started with that vast crowd coming because of what he was doing and looking for their miracles. And so their shallowness, and remember the Spirit's exploiting that. The act ends with his coming back to his hometown, but they reject him because he threatens them. If he's special, why aren't we? What's happened here? If the son of Mary's special, why aren't the rest of us in some way special too? And so they reject him. And as a result, he could do no deed of power there. He's powerless before this. This is the very person who's just overcome the powers of nature, quietened a storm, overcome the powers of evil in the Gerasene demoniac and the power of evil in a pagan land, overcome the powers of death itself. But he's powerless here before lack of faith. Because why? The power of the word is ultimately a power of love. And so it has all the strength of love. but it also has all the weakness of a love that is rejected. And then it's a powerless thing. It can't do anything. And so Jesus was amazed at their unbelief. And with that, the curtain comes down on the second act. Let's take a break and then we'll do some questions. They're like us. They're like us. Are we all that different?
Two of week 2, Bishop Geoffrey Robinson on St. Mark's Gospel.
Any questions about that act we've been looking at before I move on? Okay, well, I'm sure the different ones will come up as we go along. I want to look at the first half of this Act 3. So we've had the first act in the Galilee dealing with the authorities, and finally their rejection of him and the decision of Jesus that he can't use those formal structures of the Jewish religion as the vehicle of his message. So he turned to the crowd, but the crowd was shallow. The crowd wanted its priorities. And so finally they rejected him, or at least they wanted what they wanted. And then his own people, his own hometown, rejected him because he threatened them. That if he was special, why weren't they? And so they rejected him. And he could not do a deed of power. The next act will now deal with the disciples. And it will end in their failure. There will be 2 failures. We'll see one of them this week, maybe. The other one next week. It's in 2 sections, 2 lots of chiastic structures. The first one is the one I'll be dealing with today, nature of discipleship. Then the one we'll do with next week, the mission to the pagan. So just this one. And this is, to me anyway, one of his clearer chiastic structures. There's a mission to the Jews, which is a success. There's a mission to the pagans, which is a failure. There's a banquet of death, the story of the death of John, and it's balanced by a banquet of life, the feeding of the 5,000. And then in the center there's a small scene which talks about the human limitations of disciples. They're only human beings, and you can't expect the impossible of them. And that's, for Mark, a very important lesson that's at the center of all of this. But mission to the Jews and mission to the pagans, success and failure, banquet of death, banquet of life, human limitations. That's our structure. We'll do this briefly. Then he went among the villages teaching. So he's back to his priority. Always the priority of Jesus, back to the teaching. But he calls the 12 and began to send them out 2 by 2, gave them authority over the unclean spirits, ordered them to take nothing for their journey except the staff, no bread, no bag, no money, but to wear sandals, not to put on 2 tunics. He was saying to them, whenever you enter a house, stay there until you leave the place. If any place will not welcome you and they refuse to hear you, as you leave, shake off the dust that is on your feet as a testimony against them. So they were to go around. And now this is very early in the gospel. In the last act, these 12 were with Jesus. Here they are immediately sent out. Remember that phrase when he called the 12 to be with him and to be sent out. So in the last act they were with him. In this act, right at the beginning, they're sent out. Now they've still a long way to go. We'll see some of the misunderstandings they still have. Nevertheless, even now, Jesus would send them out. Why? Because if more people do it, they can reach a wider audience than he could alone. Also because it's good training for them. They don't need to have done a 3-year course in theology. They'd been with Jesus. They could go out and tell people what they'd seen and what they'd heard. And people would ask them questions, and often it's in answering the questions of other people that you are made to look at your own beliefs. And so this is what Jesus does with them. This early in the gospel, it's in a way quite surprising. But when you think about it, no, there's a great logic to it. So he sends them out. So I don't have time to go into all of this, but throughout this act there's an Exodus theme. He's constantly referring back to the Exodus. It's part of an Exodus journey, as it were, of the disciples. And this goes back to the people of Israel leaving Egypt. These instructions here, what they were to carry with them. This was, if any place will not welcome you, hospitality was a very big thing in ancient times. When a stranger arrived in the village, he didn't have to find the inn and look for accommodation. The village had to give him accommodation. That was, hospitality was really important. But what they could do was offer him pretty menial accommodation, and he could start looking for something better. And that's what the disciples are told not to do. Be content with whatever you're given. Wherever you enter a house, stay there until you leave the place. Don't go around looking for something better. And then, when any Jew had been outside Israel and he came back, as he crossed the border, he was supposed to, law of the scribes, shake the dust of the pagan land off his feet. And this is what Jesus tells them: if they will not accept you, then perform that symbolic action as you leave the place. So they went out and proclaimed that all should change their minds. Again, in any English gospel you'll see repent. But I come back to the word, and the Greek word is metanoia, and that's what it means, to change your mind and heart. It's Mark's constant theme. If people are going to accept Jesus, they must be prepared to change their mind and heart. Think in new ways. Cast out old values. Take on a new set of values. So out they go, casting out many demons, anointing with oil many who are sick and curing them. That, of course, is not just the sacrament of the anointing. Anointing with oil goes back forever. For sick people, obviously, for things like sunburn or what have you, but anointing with oil is a very ancient sort of tradition. But anyway, they share in that ministry of Jesus. So there's a sending out, a going out. That's our first scene. Now, when they come back, we'll see that it was a great success, what they've achieved. It's a very successful mission. But before they come back, Mark, with one of his techniques, this is all I've got here. I don't have the whole text because it's too long. We get the death of John the Baptist, which tells us it's not always going to be a success. So that, when the 12 are sent out, that will be a success. But here's a man sent by God who's been dreaming of a better world, working hard, living out in the desert, very, very popular, thousands coming to him, but look how it ends for him. It's in two structures here, the opinion of Herod and the fears of Herod as to who. Other people are saying John was one of the prophets or Elijah returned. That Jesus was. But Herod says, no, he's John, risen from the dead. Then that others are saying Jesus is Elijah, he's the prophet. But the answer being John is the prophet, John is Elijah, fears of Herod, the abuse of power. This refers to John ran foul of Herod, you know that story, because he'd married Herodias, who was his brother's wife. Now that was strictly forbidden in the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible, to marry one's brother's wife. But Herod had at least 5 wives anyway. And the intermarriages are quite incredible. I wonder, Scotty, let me do this for you. Herod the Great had many wives. Herodias was his granddaughter by his second wife. Her first husband was his son by his third wife, and her second husband was his son by his fourth wife. The man whom Herodias first married, the son of the third wife, was not a ruler, but their daughter Salome, who appears in the Gospel story, later married Philip, the son of the fifth wife. On his death, Salome married her first cousin, the son of her mother's brother. So you won't remember all that, but you get the general picture, don't you? So this kind of incestuous relationship, let's use our term, was very common indeed among this family of the Herods. And this is what John objected to, that he'd married, and he was constantly telling Herod, you've disobeyed not the law of the scribes, you've disobeyed the law of God. And in fact, the greatest scandal they gave was the two of them, Herod Antipas and Herodias, openly living together before any divorce. And that was an absolute scandal for Jewish people. It was a clear breaking of the law of Leviticus. That's the abuse of power then. Then you get a second scene, a rich procession of the nobles all coming together for Herod's birthday. You get an evil pleasure when Salome dances. Now, the very idea that a royal princess would dance, a solo dance, was abhorrent. We're not talking about here about some cute little girl. We're talking about sexual desire by Herod of his daughter, right? Or it's his stepdaughter. But nevertheless, he's married now to the mother of this girl. And if she wanted half a kingdom, that's what you'd have to do. Give in to his sexual pleasure. It's meant to be that kind of scene, not some cute little girl dancing and saying, oh, isn't she pretty? Oh no, there's a lot more to this power to this scene than that. And so it is an evil pleasure. As a result, he makes the promise of half a kingdom. Pure evil is where the daughter and mother discuss a gift. He's offered to give me whatever I want. What should we have? Ask for the head of John the Baptist. Oh, good, yes, I'll ask for that. So she goes in and asks for that. It's this scene of pure evil here. The request then arising from the promise, the consequences of the evil pleasure, where Herod is caught. He's made this promise before everybody. How does he get back out of it? And so he does go ahead with it. It's an extraordinary thing. It's even, when you think about it, this promise gets what the mother wants, the death of John the Baptist, and it's even the best possible way to quell sexual ardor. Do you follow me? Ask for the beheading of John the Baptist and bringing his head in. That would quell any sexual ardor, wouldn't it? So it does. It is a very powerful scene. Very powerful indeed. And there's more to it. And it ends up with the disciples come and taking away the body of John. This sad little procession of disciples matching this rich procession of people coming together for the birthday of Herod. Furthermore, he calls Herod a king. Sorry, there was Herod the Great, who died. He was an extraordinary character. Let's not go into him. He died, 3 BC. That's how the major reason why we know Jesus was not born in the year naught, because he was born before the death of Herod the Great. Now Herod had 3 sons, and each took the name of Herod. There was Herod Archelaus, who was down in Jerusalem. There was Herod Antipas, who was in the Galilee. And there was Herod Philip, who was over the other side of the lake and up north. This is the Herod Antipas that we're dealing with here. And his wife, the abuse of power, her seeking the death of John, she's compared with Queen Jezebel. You know who Jezebel was? The wife of King Ahab in the Old Testament, and was noted for evil. Particularly where she secured the death of an innocent man, Naboth, because she wanted his vineyard. And so she just got rid of him. And Herodias is compared with her, whereas down here, Salome is contrasted with another queen, Queen Esther, from the book of Esther, right? And where the king, Xerxes, there says, whatever you want, even half your kingdom. So this gospel is quoting the book of Esther and is contrasting Salome and Esther. Salome asked for death. Queen Esther asked for life, for her people and for herself, and offered to die. If the people die, I must die with them, she said. And the king loved her and said, whatever you wish, half your kingdom, it's all yours. So the contrast between the two. But in the middle of it all, John the Baptist, the great dreamer of a better world, dies in prison, which is a very sobering reminder that the disciples have been sent out on their mission, and when they come back, we'll see it's all a success. But we get this sobering story in the middle. It's, by the way, the only scene in the entire gospel that is not about Jesus. It's the only scene. It's about John. That's, Jesus doesn't get a mention. And yet it's still about Jesus because this is the first passion story. And there are similarities between the two passion stories. It anticipates the story of the passion of Jesus. But it ends with this death of John. Okay. The next scene is a smaller one, and you'll have to decide whether I'm reading too much into this, but it's the central one. Remember we said a mission to the Jews, a success, will balance a mission to the pagans, a failure. A banquet of death, which we've just seen, will balance a banquet of life. In the middle comes this little scene. And the apostles gather round Jesus and told him all they had done and taught. Now, we've got both there, the doing and the teaching. But have you noticed which one comes first? The doing. And that is Mark indicating there, I think so, at least some priority of the disciples. They're more proud of what they've done, the miracles, than of what they've taught. Anyway, it's there. It certainly comes first. He says to them, come away to a wilderness place all by yourselves and rest a while. They've been busy. They've been running around doing all this. Time for a rest, but also time for what we'd call a retreat, to think about the lessons, the messages of what had happened. We get this word for again, which reverses our order. Many were coming and going, and they had no leisure even to eat. And so, he says to them, come away to a wilderness place all by yourselves and rest a while. So what had happened to Jesus is now happening to the disciples. Remember, earlier Jesus had no time even to eat, and that's when the relatives came and said he's out of his mind and wanted to seize him, take him away. Now, what had happened to Jesus is happening to those sent by Jesus. It's part of the lesson. It's like when he was in Capernaum. He cured the mother-in-law. And what happened? The whole town descended on him wanting miracles. And it's true also for a disciple. If you commit yourself, in some way, if you say, I'll help people when I can, the demands will come. And the more it becomes known that you will help and can help, the more the demands that will be made on you. So very quickly, the disciples are meeting the same problem. They've no time even to eat. So Jesus says to them, come away to a wilderness place all by yourselves. As I've said, this for, doing it that way, enables Mark to set things out in his structure, right? And so to put the invitation to rest, balancing down here, the demands of the many, balancing the demands of the many. And then they went away in the boat to a wilderness place by themselves. You can talk all you like about the need for rest, the need for retreat, but the important thing is to actually do it sometimes. Get a bit of time to yourself here, there, and everywhere, at a weekend or what have you, and that applies to a disciple of Jesus, it applies to a mother of a family, it applies to anybody, doesn't it? We can talk about this forever, but actually doing it. So the actual doing of it, I see as being the very center of this scene. They are human beings. They needed this wilderness place by themselves. But many saw them going and recognized them. They hurried there on foot from all the towns. So the demands are still going on, right? Balancing the coming and going. They'd no leisure even to eat. The demands. They see the boat going away. I think I know where they're going. If we hurry around the shore, we'll get there before them. And they do. And hurried there on foot and arrived ahead of them. So the crowd's there when they arrive. The invitation to rest is balanced by that rest disturbed. The crowd's there, so the only rest they get is during the short boat ride. And then how does Jesus react? As he went ashore, he saw a great crowd, and he had compassion for them, because they were like sheep without a shepherd. And he began to teach them many things. His priority, back to the teaching, always back to the teaching. And yet he needed rest too, but before the needs of the crowd, you have to be content with that brief rest on the boat trip, and now he'll go out to do everything he can for them. And in the next scene, we'll see how people might do this without having their breakdowns. But, first of all, as I've said, I see this seemingly small little scene as very important. I see it as the center of that chiastic structure. Mission success, mission failure. Banquet of death, banquet of life. In the middle, this scene. And the message of the scene is, these are human beings we're dealing with. And if we ever forget that, then we're not helping people. To kill off the healers is no way to help people in need of healing. And so we must always remember that human beings, that the disciples are human beings. It's the center of all the lessons we are to learn about discipleship in these 5 scenes.
Jeff, can I just ask a question here? It strikes me, it's probably no accident that Mark says they couldn't eat. They weren't able to have a meal, and that's repeating 3:20. They were unable to Jesus was unable to have a meal. And then we have this miracle of the loaves. It's all about a meal, eating food and so forth. Do you have any reflections on the place of eating?
The reference to 3:20, I think, is simply saying what happened to Jesus there is immediately happening to the disciples. As soon as they're sent out, the same demands will be made on them as were made on Jesus. And people will accuse them of being out of their minds and all that sort of thing. But the demands will be constantly there. And as we saw, even though Jesus took them away, the crowd had got ahead of them. Demands didn't go away. As you well know, and as everybody in this room knows, people's demands, when they have needs, can be just never-ending.
Is the reference to food and eating just pointing us back to the humanity, or is there something more?
Sorry, is it pointing to?
Is the reference to food and eating simply pointing us back to the human need to have sustenance?
In that scene, I believe that the accent is on their limitations. They're human beings. They can't do the impossible. They can be sent out by Jesus with this marvelous, wonderful mission, but they're still just human beings. And somebody's got to look after them. Jesus would look after them by getting them to come away. But everybody does. Apply that. Parishioners need to look after their priest. Families need to look after the mother of the family, not ask her to work herself to death. It applies to any community you wish to look at. We've got to remember the limitations. Now, this goes on, and we'll see how it comes out in this next scene.
feeding of the 5,000. This is our banquet of life after the banquet of death, balancing it. The hungry crowd, when it grew late, his disciples, remember he'd been speaking, he felt compassion for them, for they were like sheep without a shepherd, and he set himself to teach them many things. So his priority of teaching and long preaching, many things. This time they're listening. When it grew late, his disciples came to him and were saying, that imperfect tense again implying a continually repeated. So the disciples come to him and say, this is a wilderness place, and the hour is now very late. Send them away, so that they may go into the surrounding country and villages and buy something for themselves to eat. Jesus ignores them, goes on talking. So they come back again. Hey, it's getting late. Send them away. Jesus goes on talking. Hey, Jesus, it's getting late. Send them away. You see what I mean? There's continually this worse saying that keeps coming. Send them away. Finally, Jesus answered them. But he answered them, you give them something to eat. Now that's a shock. They weren't expecting this one. This is a crowd. You give them something to eat. They say to him, are we to go and buy 200 denarii worth of bread and give to them to eat? A denarius was a day's wage for a manual labourer. So 200 days' wages for a manual labourer is the best part of a year's wage, isn't it? Well, anyway, yeah. You leave out the sort of the Sabbath, the day of rest, then it's a big, large sum of money. Now, what's Jesus talking about? Yes, he's talking about food, the stuff we eat. But remember, he'd just been talking to them at length. That's the beginning of this story, and that's what he's doing at the beginning there. So it's not just a story about physical food, it's also a story about spiritual food. And which is what Jesus has just been giving to this crowd at length, spiritual food. And then we'll see the miracle is about both. And that when Jesus said to them, you give them something to eat, that's what he primarily has in mind. You give them spiritual food. Now it's about both, remember. We're not leaving out either. But we've got to remember both. And so when they say to him, are we to go and buy 200 denarii worth of bread? It's saying, look, we don't have the physical food to feed a great crowd like this, and we don't have the money to go and buy them food. But it's also saying, we don't have the spiritual riches within ourselves to give to a whole crowd like this. And the reply of Jesus, how many loaves have you? And then these interesting words at the end, go and see. In other words, take your time. Look carefully and see what you have. And again, it's not just find the loaves and fishes you've got, but what do you have within yourself to give to the spiritual food that you might have to give to others. When they had found out, they say 5 and 2 fish. Now, here I'm on to very speculative ground. I believe the 5 applies to their religious background. The 5 is, if you like, a reference to the 5 books of the Pentateuch, which means 5 books, the first 5 books of the Bible, those all-important ones of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. So that the number 5 throughout, not just here, the number 5 throughout Mark's Gospel signifies things Jewish. And in fact, I believe whenever he has a chiastic structure in 5 parts, there is a Jewish reference there, whereas other numbers have other meanings. And so the answer they give is, we have our Jewish heritage. We have everything that was revealed to our people by God. We have the whole of the Bible there. We've learned it as we grew up. We may not be the greatest experts on it, but it's there. And in that we do have a richness that can be shared with other people. Now here I'm being even more speculative, but we'll see in a minute. The 2 fish refer to what makes the bread palatable. That is, what we look for is a religious tradition that is very powerful, like the Christian tradition, the wonderful thing of Jesus,
but we also look for somebody to bring it to us who gives it a humanity, you know, who lives it somehow. Not someone who picks up a book and reads in a dry monotone to us, you know, Jesus went around and cured a lot of people. You know, we want a little more animation, we want a little more humanity than that. Something to make, you know, that's what makes it all palatable to us. We want to see it not just talked, we want to see it lived. If we want to know about Jesus, we want to see Christian people who are living his life in our world today. You know, in the ordinary, in our homes, over the back fence, in the shops, wherever. We want that. I'll come back to this, but I personally believe that everything is symbolic in market. You always look for that. And I think this is the symbol of their religious background. This is the symbol of themselves. Because the only occupation we've ever been given for any disciple in this gospel is a fisherman. I'm not saying they all were, but that's the only one we've been given. No, not that I... Smaller than 5 is all, you know, that's sort of less important.
John the Baptist and Jesus?
Sorry?
Like the kingdom of, the two fish, John the Baptist and Jesus, were the two, you know, who are, you know, one was preparing and one was given the kingdom of God.
I'm very sorry, I'm not understanding that.
You're saying that 2 may refer to John the Baptist and Jesus.
I really don't know. All I've ever read into, and all I read into my book, it's a smaller number, because it's the religious heritage is the truly important thing. Their own personal contribution is important, just as, you know, I mean, bread can be dry on its own, whereas something like a fish with it, whatever it is, jam or something, makes it interesting. Yeah, but the way the fish came to symbolize Christians, now that's a totally... No, sater, theoios sater. The letters, I see, it stood for Jesus Christ, Son of God, Saviour. Right? And those, the first letters of those words in Greek, Jesus Christ, Son of God, Saviour, spells the word for fish in Greek. Nothing to do with Mark's Gospel. A totally different origin of that word. But that's why the fish is the symbol of... so that in early times when people when they were being persecuted, it is said that Christians communicated with one another through that symbol. Drew the symbol of the fish. It meant I am a person who recognizes Jesus Christ as Son of God and Saviour. And another person who recognized Jesus Christ as Son of God and Saviour would recognize the symbol. But that's what it comes from, the Greek word ichthus, which means fish. Okay. Now, here are the lessons on discipleship. And here's then he ordered them to get all the people to sit down in groups on the green grass. So they sat down in groups of hundreds and fifties. Groups. The word literally means a flower bed, a vegetable plot. And what it implies is very distinct groups, you know, with a pathway between. And the 50s and 100s are taken again from the Old Testament, from that point where it's actually the father-in-law of Moses who comes to him and says, you're not doing well. You're sitting there listening to all the complaints of the people from morning to night. It's too much for one person. You can't do it. He said, so get leaders of 10s and 50s and hundreds and thousands to do this job for you. And Moses takes his advice and does so. Mark's taken the 2 central figures of that and sat down in groups of hundreds and of 50s. Now, each disciple will have to look after only 50 or 100. And suddenly the job is beginning to become more manageable, right? Whereas, you know, the vast crowd, that's too much for us.
But if we share the load so that each looks after a group of 50 or a group of 100, then it's beginning to become possible. Second lesson on discipleship, taking the 5 loaves and the 2 fish. He looked up to heaven and blessed and broke the loaves and was giving them. Now these are all actually in the Greek, they're participles. Having blessed, having broken, having done this. But they're translated here to make it a little more flowing. He looked up to heaven and blessed and broke the loaves. That's a simple aorist tense, meaning he did each of those things once. And then suddenly he changes to an imperfect tense and was giving. So was continually giving. And this is, as it were, tells us where the miracle took place. Jesus was continually giving them this. So he gave it to them, they gave it to the crowd, he kept giving. He kept giving and giving and giving until the whole crowd had been fed. So the second lesson is that he can give, that they can feed the whole crowd if they divide it up into manageable groups and if they keep turning back to Jesus. Apart from that, they can't. If they keep turning back to Jesus. Now, here's where I'm reading a bit into the fish again. See, and he divided the 2 fish among them all. It doesn't say he was continually giving the fish. It simply says he divided the 2 fish among them all. The continually giving refers directly to the bread. Rather than that, now that I'm seeing goes together with my concept, this is my head, that the bread refers to their religious tradition, the fish refers to their own personal contribution. And so which was not being continually given by Jesus. It was simply divided among them all in the sense of you look after that group, you look after that group. And keep coming back to me as often as you need the bread, and it will be given to you. And all 8 were filled, and they took up 12 baskets full of broken pieces and of the fish. Those who had eaten the loaves numbered 5,000 men. Remember I said earlier that the men alone were counted? And here it's 5,000 men, andres. There's a perfectly good word for men and women together, anthropoi. But no, here he uses andres, males of the species. There'll be a second miracle, and that will change. But for now, this is emphasizing the Jewishness of this miracle. And so it's a Jewish method of counting. So it's a lesson on discipleship. It's a banquet of life, a feeding with, it's an anticipation of the great messianic banquet in the life to come. But it's a banquet of life. But it's also got these important lessons on how the disciples can feed a large crowd with spiritual food. Obviously, there are, the physical miracle can only apply to the time of Jesus, but the spiritual giving, it can be done if you do 3 things. Firstly, look deep within yourself to see what you have to offer. And that's not just knowledge of your tradition. That's part of it. But also, you look at what else is inside you. Above all, do I love these people? Do I want their good? Can I find that within myself? What else can I find there? What do I have that I can give to others? That's the first lesson. The second lesson is divide them up. Don't try to do it all on your own. The more people who are helping, the more we can divide this vast crowd up, the more we can do it. And the third and most important lesson, we must keep turning back to Jesus. So remember, in the scene before, they'd been run off their feet, no time even to eat. Jesus had said, come away and rest for a while, got in the boat, went across, but the crowd had run around and got there already, so they got very little rest. And Jesus goes out to do more for them. Here in this scene, we're now seeing how that's possible. We must have rest and, retreat, whatever, that's essential. We cannot ask the impossible. But nevertheless, we can achieve more than perhaps we ever thought if we remember these 3 lessons. If we look deep within ourselves, if we divide the crowd up and share the load between many people, and if we keep turning back to Jesus, then we might find within ourselves the ability to feed the crowd. So again, I think this is a very powerful story that Mark's giving us here. A final one, we'll finish here. Immediately he made the disciples get into the boat and go on ahead to the other side to Bethsaida while he dismissed the crowd. Now, immediately, they'd just learned all the lessons they needed to know about how they could be his disciples and, how they could look within themselves, divide the crowd, keep turning back to him, all that. So immediately, it doesn't imply physical coercion, but it does imply at least a moral compulsion. He made them get into the boat. They didn't want to. He made them. Why? Because he's now sending them on a mission to the pagans, whereas the first mission had been to the Jewish people. How do I know that? The other side of the lake. That Mark is constantly, one side of the lake, the Galilee side, is Jewish, the other side is pagan, where he's already been, met the Gerasene demoniac there, and for him, he changes the name actually. It was called the Lake of Tiberias. Mark calls it the Sea of Galilee. He sort of upgrades it because to him it is a sea that divides religions and people. You have Jewish people here, pagan people there. And he wants them to go to the other side because he's just given them all the lessons they need. But if they were slow to see that they had obligations towards the Jewish crowd, they're really slow to see that they have any obligations towards the vast crowd of the pagan people. So they don't want to go. And he made them get into the boat and go on ahead to the other side. Bethsaida was on the far side, the north side, but anyway, the far side of the lake. After saying farewell to them, he went up onto the mountain to pray. The last time we saw him going away like that to pray was, remember, in that scene in Capernaum where he cured many but not all. And he went to pray. What do I do next? So here he's praying too. Praying for the disciples, praying for the needs of the pagan people. But he sent them off on their own. When evening came, the boat was in the middle of the sea, and he was alone on the land. When he saw that they were straining at the oars against an adverse wind. Now remember, things are symbolic here. The adverse wind is a symbol of their own fears. They don't want to get to the other side of the lake. And if you don't want to get there, it's exactly like rowing into an adverse wind, isn't it? You know that when kids don't want to do something, you know it. They don't want to do it. And they'll find every difficulty around. Well, these are children too, if you like. They were straining at the oars against an adverse wind. And he come towards them early in the morning, walking on the sea. Now the lake's only about, half a dozen kilometres wide. And they're taking the whole night to row, and these are experienced fishermen. So again, the symbolism it's unreal in a sense. We've already seen that, how Mark exaggerates, like the crowd, the numbers of the crowd he exaggerated. So he's exaggerating here, but he's getting a powerful message through. They're rowing all night, and even these experienced fishermen haven't got there. So he comes towards them early in the morning, walking on the sea. Now this is this is the central one. He was wishing to pass them by. Why would he be wishing to pass them by? You're not wrong, but I think there's a bit more to be said. Keep going. Sorry? To lead them. Yeah. To ask him for help. No. Keep trying. Why was he wishing to pass by them? You're all close. All these answers are close. This is the one that's really close, that is it. He wanted them, he'd told them, go to Bethsaida. And he wanted them to get to Bethsaida without having some miracle or some, him coming into it at all. He wanted them, that's what he'd asked them to do. He'd sent them, go across to the other side to Bethsaida, I'll meet you there. And so he's hoping that's what they'll do. As exactly as you say, with a child, you want you've asked the child to do something, you want them to do it. And you're hoping they won't ask you for help. In that sense, not because you don't want to help them, but because you want them to achieve it. You want them to do that thing. And that's what he's wanting to do here. I think it's a very powerful phrase. It's very, very rarely in any gospel translated that way. But that is what the Greek says. He was wishing to pass, and it's an imperfect tense, he was continually wishing to pass them by. So he was hoping they'd get there. And it presents him walking across the sea. But when they saw him walking on the sea, they thought it was a ghost and cried out, for they all saw him and were terrified, right in the middle of the lake. And so immediately he spoke to them and says, take heart, it is I, do not be afraid. These are powerful words because, again, they come from the Old Testament and they are divine words, divine claims. It is I in the Greek is ego eimi, which literally means I am. Now it is how you would say it is I in Greek, but of course it is also what God said to Moses. Remember when he said, Moses said, what name shall I give? God said, tell them I am. And that's again in Greek would be ego eimi. So that's what we get here. Take heart, I am, and do not be afraid is constantly what God is saying to Moses and Moses is saying to the people. So, and also, of course, to walk on water was a divine prerogative. No one else could do that. This is a revelation of Jesus as divine, actually. They don't come to it. Not the disciples, not at this time. Not in Mark's themes. That will come right at the very end of the gospel, that any human being will recognize Jesus as divine. But the evidence of divinity is there. Then he got into the boat with them and the wind ceased. And they were utterly astounded, for they did not understand about the loaves, but their hearts were hardened. That phrase had been used of the scribes and Pharisees back at the end of the first act. Remember in the synagogue, the man with the withered hand? And it said Jesus was angered at their hardness of heart. Now exactly the same words are being applied to the disciples themselves. It implies not an inability to understand, but an unwillingness to understand. They didn't want to accept that they had responsibilities towards all those pagans. That was too much to ask of them. And so even these experienced fishermen never got across the lake, and then Jesus was wishing to pass them by, but no, they had to call out for help. And then when they crossed, they came to land at Gennesaret. Gennesaret's back on the Jewish side. So they never got there. They ended up back where they started from. They never did get there. And then, beautiful, and moored the boat. Tied up, put down the anchor. They're not going anywhere. Thank you. So it's failure, right? Remember the mission, the first mission to the Jewish people? Success. But this mission to the pagans, too much, failure. Now he'll go on, he'll take this failure very seriously indeed, and it will be there throughout the rest of this act, which we'll look at next week. But it's the first of the two big failures in this act, and this whole act is the third one in the Galilee, is about the failure of the disciples coming on top of the failure of the leaders and the failure of the crowd. This is this big overall structure of Mark that he's working with. All right, any questions there? Michael?
Jeff, I'm wondering if Mark might not be addressing something of the mindset or the troubles of the post-resurrection, the community. Jesus wishing to pass them by. He's gone. He is divine, but he's no longer. We're on our own in the sea of life, and we're also pretty much a bunch of muddlers, perhaps.
It's an almost universal belief of scholars that Mark was writing for a community that was being persecuted. And, you know, as I said, the thought more than any other is that it was in Rome in the time of Nero's persecution, you know, or shortly after that. So he's constantly got that in mind, and that would be part of, yes, here too, but it keeps up coming up all the time. Yes, Jesus he's given you all the lessons you need to know about discipleship, but don't expect Jesus working miracles beside you all the time. And you don't need it. He's with you. But he's wishing to, because he's wishing you'll succeed. And we only grow by doing things just as a child only grows. And if we constantly take over and help the child's not growing. That's one of the reasons why the parent has to stand back and let the child make mistakes in order to succeed and do things. And this is what Jesus is hoping here.
I'm just going back to the first part after the break about Herod. I was curious to know why he gave Herod this slightly more complex personality when he talks about the fact he was deeply grieved, and when it said he liked listening. Yeah. He was greatly perplexed, and yet he liked to listen to John.
To find the answer to that, all you need to do is go back to the Old Testament and read the story of husband and wife, Ahab and Jezebel. And you will see that Jezebel was the truly wicked one. Ahab had all these saving graces. He respected Elijah. Elijah was the prophet, of course, who confronted them. And Ahab did listen to Elijah and sort of had dialogues with Elijah, whereas Jezebel was the evil one. And in the parallel, since Mark is building that story on Ahab and Jezebel, it's Herodias who has no saving grace. She's the evil one, whereas Herod has the saving graces of Ahab. It's one of his methods of referring to that story, and then the story of Esther in the second half of that scene. Okay?
On the question of the scene of the rest, taking them away in the boat to rest a while, I've always found it reassuring that when they met the crowd there, it was Jesus who set himself to teach them at some length. He didn't ask the disciples to do it. So I've read into that in a sense their rest does happen. It also, this may be reading too much into it, but it also, the scene about Herod intervenes after he's sent them off. And I just wonder whether he himself rested then while the disciples were out, then when they came back, he sets himself to teach this crowd while they have their rest, listening.
It doesn't really say he'd been resting and doing nothing. No, but anyway, I read the message as, yes, we do need rest. That's absolute. We are limited human beings. But nevertheless, it is the leader who will give the example and do the bit extra. And then the next scene shows us how we can do that. We can do more than we think we can achieve if we look deep within ourselves, divide the work up, and then keep turning back to Jesus. And I think when you put the two scenes together, that's the message that the leader will give that example.
He was going to pass them by, but they saw him walking on the water. Is that symbolic?
Well, he was going to pass them by. Right. You're reading from that's what I said. All modern translations gloss over this. If you go back to the Greek, it's thelomai. He was wishing to pass them by. Just to say he was going to pass them by, I think, loses that. And any English translation you find, I think that's what you'll see there. Something like that. You know, I'd love it to get a bit more literal at times. You know, all our translations these days do. If you go to the Jerusalem Bible, which is the one we hear in church, in Catholic churches on Sundays, you will find that their hearts were hardened is translated usually by something like their eyes were closed. Now that's losing the connection with what was said about the Pharisees and the scribes back in Act 1, where it said their hearts were hardened. Whereas here it's making the powerful point, the disciples are going the way of the scribes and Pharisees, because it's not that they can't understand, it's that they don't want to understand. They don't want to go to the pagans, and that's why all this is happening. So I think it's important to come to, he wanted, he hoped, he wished to pass them by.
The story of the
It is symbolic of the divine. Only God could walk on the waters or walk through the waters. And these words are fairly close to divine references. I am, do not be afraid.
Jeff, I think it's interesting too that in that passage that we had there about them setting themselves to teach when they got there, that's what they did. Whereas in a previous one after Capernaum, the disciples came to him and said, everybody's looking for you, and he decided not to look after them, but to go on elsewhere. And it sort of speaks to me about the freedom of Jesus to choose as to what to do, and that says something about the rest, I think, as well, too.
At what point did Jesus' divinity, did he realise that he was divine? You said he didn't.
No.
I didn't understand.
He was divine, right? That's absolutely basic to Mark.
Not just man.
No question about that. He was divine, yes.
His realisation.
Then he came to the realisation gradually. Firstly, that he was a special, some mission God wanted of him. At some point that he was actually the Messiah, the long-awaited one, and then at some point that he was actually divine. That, by the way, is what Pope John Paul says in that in the encyclical for the beginning of the new millennium, and he raises this question, and he says, well, yeah, it seemed there's no objection to the concept that Jesus had only human knowledge, provided we accept that at some stage he came to realize he was divine. And I have no problem with that.
Was this intermittent, given to him by the Father as it was required?
No, it's a human knowledge that he was divine, gradually acquired during his lifetime. Not that he suddenly at some point had divine knowledge. At all times he had human knowledge.
Yes.
But that human knowledge required coming to a realization, I am Son of God. And then the whole story of Mark's Gospel is not simply that Jesus was divine, not simply that he was human, but that he was both. That's the truly, truly important truth that comes through again and again, and it will be very powerful when we come to the Passion. Yeah, these may be new concepts to you, and so they are difficult. I've been thinking about, I suppose I would have first heard this, it's not new, I would have first heard it about 30 years ago. I would have first heard this about 30 years ago, the idea of Jesus having only human knowledge. I can even remember the talk. It was not having divine knowledge. Having human knowledge, not divine knowledge. I think you're grappling with this, please, this is very important to your mind. Jesus was God and was a human being, right? Both. But he gave up various privileges of divinity, such as he could suffer when God can't suffer. And equally, many scholars would now say, he gave up the privilege of divine knowledge. And so he had only human knowledge. Only human knowledge. Therefore, we take quite literally the phrase in Luke's Gospel, he grew in wisdom and understanding. Yeah. Whereas if he had divine knowledge, how can he grow? He knew it all already. How could he laugh at a joke? Because he knew the answer already. No, I know that's a comical thing to say, but it's, if you think about it, if you know the answer already. But no, he gradually acquired knowledge, and part of that was gradually acquiring a knowledge that God was asking something special of him, gradually acquiring the knowledge that he was actually the Messiah, and then gradually acquiring the knowledge that he was actually Son of God. No, he was divine at all times. At every moment of every day, he was divine and human. Pardon? Of course, like anybody else. Yeah, we all grow to understand ourselves, and so did he. He had a bit more to understand than most of us. But we will see later Jesus struggling to know where to go next. Particularly, Mark's structure of the whole gospel, I keep repeating, is 3 failures. The failure of the leaders, the failure of the crowd, the failure of the disciples, and then Jesus' reaction to that. Look, that's failed. What do I do? Do I keep on doing what I have been doing? Or do I turn all this in a totally new direction? Do I do something? And that's what Jesus decides. But that's a person with human knowledge struggling to know where to go next. Oh, yeah, of course, in faith. Yeah. Yes, as we are led, not through divine knowledge, but as we are led.
I think we better leave it there, Jeff.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you all. See you next week. There are tapes available if you've ordered them. Sandra is here to take care of you.
That they'd get there on their own. Oh, it's still, he was there. He was hoping that whether he got there first or they got there first, he was hoping they'd get there on their own. Good, thanks very much.
Have you ever listened to or heard that there's a wonderful CD put out by some of those American
Bishop Geoffrey Robinson, a series of 5 sessions on Mark's Gospel. This is week 3, tape 1.
Just to orient ourselves again where we're at, we've looked at the brief prologue, that story of the deep spiritual hunger of people and of God's response of sending his Son. Then we've looked at the first of the Galilee Acts, where the authorities rejected Jesus, and he discovered he simply couldn't use the Jewish religion to proclaim the message that he wished to. They would not be acceptable to them. And we saw the crowd and its failure, wanting their miracles, not really wanting to listen to what Jesus said, their priorities, and attempting to oppose on him. We saw him at the end of that act coming back to his own hometown. And at first they recognized, yes, he is a special power, but that was threatening. So they said, oh, this is just the carpenter, this is the son of Mary, who can listen to him? And they rejected him. Now we're looking at the disciples, the third of those acts. We're halfway through it. Last week we looked at the first of the 2 overall structures of that act. Here we looked at the nature of discipleship. You remember they were sent out on a mission. Before they came back, we had the death of John the Baptist, so that not all missions are successful. They can end the way that of John did, in a prison cell in death.
And it was a banquet of death. It was at the wedding, not the wedding, the birthday of Herod. We saw that little scene of the human limitations of disciples. They're only human beings. You cannot demand the impossible of them. If you do, they'll break down, and that's not a way to help people. So it was a very powerful little lesson there. Then we saw the banquet of life, in which Jesus fed the 5,000. We saw the lessons on discipleship. Firstly, look deep within yourselves to see what you find there. Firstly, the spiritual heritage that has come down to you, everything you've learned for you, all the depths of your Christian faith. Then look at yourself, at what your own gifts are, what you are able to do. Look deep within yourselves. That's the first lesson. Secondly, divide the crowd up. Let many people help, not one trying to feed 5,000, but each looking after a group of, say, in the story there, of 50 or 100. Thirdly, most important lesson of all, keep turning back to Jesus and drawing strength and spiritual food from him that we can then give on to others. These were the three great lessons of discipleship given in that banquet of life. So with all that behind them, Jesus said, okay, let's cross to the pagans. Oh no, said the disciples, we're not going. So it has that word, he made them get into the boat. Not physical force, but he really had to, make them go. And even when he made them go, they get out on the lake, and these experienced fishermen get nowhere. They can't cross this fairly small lake. It's as though they're rowing into a contrary wind. And then Jesus comes on the water to them, and that beautiful little phrase, he was wishing to pass them by, hoping they would get there by themselves where he'd asked them to go. But no, they cry out in fear. He has to save them, and they end up back where they started. Now, this is failure, real failure. Mark uses that word, their hearts were hardened. In other words, it's treated not just as a failure to believe, but an unwillingness to believe, a rejection somewhere there. Mark, consequently, treats it very seriously indeed. This is a failure. There will be another failure down here at the end of the act. The two failures in this third one dealing with the failure of the disciples. And we get these two failures in the middle of it. We've just had this very serious one. So the disciples don't really appear again until down here. They're very peripheral here. And yet, I believe, the following scenes are a comment on them in different ways. But it's this one centered on this desire of Jesus that his message be brought to the pagans. This is the second great matter on which Jesus accuses the Jewish religion of failing. The first was in that spelling out of the law in a form that for Jesus was just too much. It was getting in the way of God's commandment. To keep holy the Sabbath day could never be made equal to walking 10 meters more than the scribes allowed. That was getting too detailed altogether. Plucking a few corns of a few ears of corn in a field as you walk through, which the law of Moses allowed, by the way. So they were not stealing; it was not breaking a law. But for the scribes, that had become winnowing, threshing. They had all kinds of regulations about it. That was too much for Jesus. The second great criticism that Mark's Jesus makes is that the Jewish people were given God's revelation, but it was never meant for them alone. They were meant to be missionaries, to carry this out to all the peoples around. And in Mark's understanding, they had failed. And so that becomes a theme later in the gospel, and it's here too. Jesus wished to go out to the pagan, the whole world. The message of God's love was for everyone. And so the center of it is this scene of the deaf person, and right at the center of it we have an Aramaic word, ephphatha, be opened. And that becomes the theme of this whole 7 scenes, that may the ears of the pagans be opened, may they hear the message of God's love. That becomes the very center of it. But before that, we get some comments on the disciples. Now, here's the first one. A very interesting scene, this one. Very interesting indeed. Let's just read through it first. Then he went about among the villages teaching. He calls the 12 and began to send them out. No, that's the wrong one. Now we've got the wrong scenes here. Sorry, I've got to get my... Yes. Well, here we are. Here's the next scene. This is immediately after the attempt to cross the lake and the failure, when he was wishing to pass them by and they end up back where they started. So, when they got out of the boat, people at once recognized them and rushed about that whole region and began to bring those who were sick on mats to wherever they heard he was. And wherever he went, into villages or cities or farms, they were laying those who were weak in the marketplaces and were begging him that they might touch even the fringe of his cloak, and all who touched it were healed. Now, there's several quite interesting things about this scene. Firstly, it really doesn't seem to say anything new. We've heard much of this before, haven't we? Of Jesus going around villages. We've heard of people bringing sick people to him. We've heard of them curing him. Now, in a gospel as tightly written as Mark's, that has to surprise us. Why? What's this scene doing here? It's, everything he's got advances the action. And this doesn't seem to be. It just seems to stop. There's got to be a reason for it. The second thing that strikes me about this scene is, in this, Jesus is a very passive figure. Right? Every other scene's about him. He's in control. He's doing things. Here, he's just going around and everybody else is doing all the action, bringing all these people to him. Thirdly, there's no mention of his teaching. And that's his priority, remember. He'd set that. That was what he constantly kept coming back to. This one's all about miracles. And it seems to be, as you read it, here's the crowd getting its priority. And there's one that supports that. A recognition of the power of Jesus. The people at once recognized him and his saving power. Those who touched it were healed. But the continual running around, the continual begging. The people at once recognized, and they rushed about that whole region and began to bring those who were sick on mats to wherever they heard he was. So the crowd, now organizing, carrying the sick there, running, the whole country coming. And they were doing that, and they were begging him that they might touch even the fringe of his cloak. So the two actions of the crowd, and then a very interesting phrase, a change of word in the middle. And wherever he went, into villages or cities or farms, they were laying those who were weak. And that's a fascinating word. Why does Mark choose not sick, not ill, not diseased? Why does he choose the word weak? Now, this is me, nobody else. I believe because he's always talking at these different levels. And the weak there is not simply referring to those who have a physical illness, a sickness, but those who are weak in faith. That's been, by now in the gospel, that's become a requirement. Remember the story of the daughter of the leader of the synagogue who died at 12 years old, and then the woman who'd had a hemorrhage for 12 years. And she came up and touched his cloak, and Jesus replied to her at the end, "Your faith has saved you." Now that's a fascinating scene because the gospel Mark makes it very clear, hundreds of people were touching Jesus. All over. There was a crowd pressing on him, he couldn't barely get through. Hundreds of people were touching him. One was cured. And Mark has Jesus saying, "Your faith has saved you." So it did by now require faith in Jesus to obtain a cure. That's even among the pagans that starts to become true. It required an acceptance, some sort of acceptance of Jesus. Not too much. He didn't demand they become disciples of him, follow him everywhere. But it did require a belief, a faith that he could help them, and a faith in a little more than a miracle worker. And I believe that's what the reference is here, and that's why it's at the center of all of this. Yeah, they brought a lot of sick, but it's those who were weak. And the scene, I believe, we are meant to imagine, where Jesus becomes rather passive and the crowd takes over, there's no teaching, it's all about miracles, is here comes this Jesus, here's this rushing around, let's bring everybody to him. But he's talking about this faith. Well, we'll have to find that somehow. We'll have to believe for at least for long enough to get our miracles. What we do after that's our own business. But at least for that length of time we have to keep coming. And so they do. And I believe we're meant to see here a scene of the priority of the crowd, and yet the compassion of Jesus. He's not going to turn away people. But a certain mass hysteria that's going on. And I believe in this, there is the first of the comments on the disciples and on their failure. Jesus, as it were, is saying to them, okay, if you're not willing to go where I need you to be, over with the pagans at the moment, what do you want to do? Sink back into the crowd? Just go back to where you come from? Be like the rest of people, happy to pick up miracles, but not particularly interested in hearing anything more? So it's a comparison between the disciples and this crowd. It's a fascinating scene for all that's not there, because Jesus is not at the center of it. There's no teaching. It is a crowd scene, and the crowd seem to control it. So I find it a quite fascinating little scene. The second one, they compared this time with the Pharisees. Look, I'm not going to go through this. This is a complex scene, and it's a difficult scene. And I also have to add, it's one in which I think that Mark has let his standards drop, and he's not really fair to the scribes and Pharisees. Otherwise, Mark is meticulously fair to them in a way that some other Gospels are not, let's admit it. But in this scene, I have problems with it, real problems. It's about, it is an attack on them. The last bit is the powerful, the really, really important bit. Let me just find it. It's the bit, where he calls them together. And says, there is nothing outside a person that by going in can defile, but the things that come out are what defile. And then, that important principle. We'll leave it. It would take me a long time to go through it, and it is a quite difficult scene. So just please accept it's there, and that I believe in this. It's the second question to the disciples. Well, if you don't simply want to, if there's something more to you that you don't simply want to sink back into the crowd, what do you want to do? Do you want to follow the Pharisees? They're good people by and large. To later Christians, Pharisee equals bad evil. That really wasn't true. They were good people. They sought to obey God's law in every detail of their lives. Remember, Mark's image of them is not of bad people, but of good people whose hand had dried up. Remember that scene? That's his image of the Pharisees and scribes. So that they weren't able to do all the good they would otherwise have been able to do, because they were tied down to these details of their law, where you couldn't cure a person on the Sabbath, for example. And that was a nonsense to Jesus. If someone needed curing, Jesus would cure, and he wouldn't be asking what day of the week it is. So they were, as it were, with a hand that was dried up. They were good people, and that's what, therefore, the gospel is saying to the disciples now. Do you want to become some of these? Is that how you want to help people? By going back to your Jewish religion and following that rather than following me. It is a complex and it is a difficult scene. I mean, just to mention, touch on the difficulties. It says that all the Jews don't eat unless they first wash. Well, that simply wasn't true. It later became true about the end of the century, but it wasn't at the time of Jesus. There are exaggerations. Okay, let's come to one of the, I believe, most fascinating scenes in most gospel. This will be me you'll be hearing here. I'll be chancing myself, but I'll give you the clues, and you can make up your own mind whether what I'm saying is true. The story of the Phoenician woman. Let's have a look at it first of all. From there he set out and went to the region of Tyre. Now, Tyre is up in Lebanon, on the coast. So he's left the Jewish area. He's now in pagan territory. Not the slightest doubt about it. There were some Jews living up there, but Tyre was pagan territory. It was one of the Phoenicians came over much the same time as Abraham and the Hebrews. They settled in that area around in modern Lebanon, but because it was after the coastal plain was very hilly, there wasn't much there, so they became a maritime people. And you know, they founded a great civilization on the coast of North Africa, which later then became very famous. The Phoenicians, you know, the great general Hannibal, remember, who brought his elephants over the Alps, remember that story? And was really, he beat the Romans for 16 years until they conquered him. And these were the same Phoenician people. They had an immense reputation for intrepid bravery, doing things. And it's fascinating and important to this scene to understand that the women also had an extraordinary reputation for strength. This was the middle-aged women more than the young women, and there was a lot of racism and sexism in the comments that were made about them. But there was enough truth. It's still there today. There was a judge in a court in Sydney, and there was a Lebanese woman, and he made that comment, you know, you are a true daughter of your Phoenician forebears, because in this case she'd been extremely strong. Now, and that was part of their reputation, and also she's referred to a little later as Greek, a Gentile, if so Phoenician. Okay, I'll leave it at that for the moment. He entered a house and did not want anyone to know he was there. So we don't have to read too much into this. Jesus wanted a bit of a break. He didn't want anyone to know he was there. Yet he could not escape notice. The word of it would get around, but okay, he wanted a bit of time to himself. But a woman whose little daughter had an unclean spirit immediately heard about him, and she came and bowed at his feet. So the fact that he wanted a bit of rest, the fact that disciples were there or a wall or two, that didn't matter to a Phoenician. Hannibal had brought his elephants over the Alps, and he hadn't asked anyone's permission, and she wanted something, she came. Now he tells us, now the woman was a Gentile of Syrophoenician origin. She was asking him to cast the demon out of her daughter. I'll give you the clues in a little later. He was saying to her that the children be fed first, for it is not fair to take the children's bread and throw it to the dogs. But she answered and says to him, so even the little dogs under the table eat the little children's little crumbs. I'll come back to that. Now, it's a fascinating scene, isn't it? This sounds like an insult. And there have been many attempts over the last 2,000 years to tone it down. But I really don't think we can. It is an insult. And there's no way of getting out of that. Jesus insulted her deliberately. Now, Jewish people, because they were God's chosen people, fell again and again into the old trap of thinking, because we're chosen by God, we're superior to everybody else. You know, just as Christians can today, just as Muslims can today, just as any group of people can today, think that they're superior to everybody else. And the Jews did call Gentiles dogs. It's a well-known fact to all scholars who've researched the era. They did. They used that phrase, dogs, those dogs, meaning those pagans. So this was not something Jesus invented. He's using the Jewish language of his time, and she would have heard it before. But it is an insult. And, some commentators point out that he called them little dogs and domestic dogs. But you tell me, which is worse, to be called a dog or a little dog, to be called a wild dog or a domestic dog? I'm not sure that they make much difference. Well, a bulldog. This is an insult. He insulted her. Now, what's going on here? Well, here's, this is all me. You've got to make up your own minds. But look at some of the clues. Now, she bows down and bows at his feet, all of that. And yet, he did not want anyone to know where he was, and here she is. She comes in. She's not waiting for anyone or asking for anyone. She bows down, but the humble posture can mask a very determined effort, can't it? And it's got she was asking him. Now, this is important because there are 11 miracles of healing of an individual in the Gospel of Mark, which someone asks for, and in 10 cases it uses a Greek verb which must be translated as they were beseeching him or begging him. In one case, this one, she was asking. Now, Mark uses language carefully, and if 10 times he uses beseeching or begging, and once he uses asking, we've got to look and see what's going on here. Next point. She was asking, he was saying, two imperfect tenses. Now, in Mark's Gospel, that invariably means that each said it more than once. So she was continually asking him, and he was continually insulting her, answering her in this fashion. Let the children be fed first. It is not fair to take the children's bread and throw it to the dogs. But Lord, give me my miracle for my child. It is not fair to take the children's bread and give it to the dogs. Imperfect tenses. This goes on and on. They keep asking. And Jesus keeps answering her in that way as long as she is still being the Phoenician and, in fact, behind the humble posture, demanding her miracle. Right? You follow what I'm trying to say here? Until, finally, she comes, and this is where, in that the Gentile, she was of Greek origin, and the Greeks were famous for their repartee. And that's what we really get here. She comes to an extraordinarily different answer. She uses three diminutives, all in a row. So even the little dogs under the table eat the little children's little crumbs. You won't get that in any translation today, and yet it is what the Greek says. The word little doesn't appear, it's three diminutives. You know what I mean by diminutive, with the diminutive form on the, we have it in a lot of names from the Mediterranean, don't we? Not, not Manuela, but Manuelita, that kind of diminutive. Well, these are three diminutives for little dogs, little children, little crumbs. And it's a fascinating then, for saying that you may go. The demon has left your daughter. Now it almost seems to say, hey, that's clever. Yeah, you can have your cure for being clever. No, I don't believe it's that. At this moment, she has come to faith. Before, she's demanding. She's the Phoenician. She's the daughter of Hannibal, bringing her elephants over the Alps and doing what she needs to do. She's going to get her miracle. And so Jesus puts her off by that deliberately insulting words. It's a fascinating scene. But what I do believe, whether you accept my interpretation or not, you can't explain this away and just say, oh, it's not really an insult. Jesus would have said it in a very nice way. You can't say that too nicely. It really is a quite insulting phrase, isn't it? It's telling her, no, the Jews first, and we're not going to give the bread of the children to the dogs. So she comes back and says, well, Lord, okay, I accept that. that this goes to, the Jews come first, but can't there be a crumb or two left over for me? She's come to a more humble attitude. And implicit in that is faith, and with that, Jesus will give her the cure. And so, the compassion is always there, so he does. So for saying that, for coming to this more humble statement, you may go, the demon has left your daughter. And so she went home, found the children lying on the bed, and the demon gone. So we have Jesus enters the house to find rest. The woman enters the house to find peace. The child lying on the bed, the demon gone. Force is then contrasted with faith. A request not answered, a request answered, and the controlling thought is this one, which is the priority of the Jewish people. Yet Jesus did come. That was his priority to the Jewish people. But, as we'll soon see in the next scenes, that did not mean that he could not reach out to the pagans. And since we have the concept of bread used here, you'll find bread used in almost every scene since the miracle of the loaves. Because now we know, since that miracle, Jesus is himself the bread. And so there is plenty of bread to give to everybody, and even the little crumbs will be enough to satisfy. Now, you'll have to make up your own mind about that scene, but I see those, Mark, by now I hope you're beginning to see, he has these very interesting little clues. And here we've got asking for the only time in 11 miracles, when we have begging in all other 10. We have an imperfect answering an imperfect. She was asking, he was saying. And that's fascinating how that goes on. She continually asks, he continually insults her, until she comes to humility. And with humility comes faith. And then comes the cure. But the comparison here this time, we've had a comparison with the crowd and the disciples. Did they want to go back to the crowd and disappear into it? We've had a comparison of the disciples with the Pharisees. Did they want to go back and become, observers of the Jewish religion? Here, I think he's contrasting the timidity of the disciples who wouldn't cross to the other side with the strength of this woman who bursts into the house virtually when Jesus did not want anyone to know he was there, but in she comes. And she wants her miracle, so she keeps asking on and on and on, despite the rejections and the insults that she's getting from Jesus. There's strength in her. And even then, she comes to a very clever phrase down here. She's got the words, she can use them. And I believe that this is almost a humorous comment on the disciples. Jesus was not dependent on those 12. If they failed him, he could have chosen others. And just as there were no unclean foods, which was the point of the last scene, there's nothing coming from the outside that makes a person unclean. There are no unclean foods, so there are no unclean people. And if the disciples failed him, okay, here's this pagan woman. He would make her his first pope. I'm exaggerating a little bit there. What I'm getting at is he would use her. Jesus wouldn't reject her just because she was a pagan and just because she was a woman. She had a strength that the disciples did not. She would cross the lake if he asked her to. She'd go anywhere he asked, anything at all. I believe that this is a further comment. Can you see how I'm seeing that these different scenes are in their own way a comment on the failure of the disciples? So Mark is taking that failure very seriously. And here too he's taking it seriously. He's pointing out Jesus wasn't dependent on these 12. There were other people who had more strength and who would carry out the mission he asked of them. Okay, that's my reading. They're the clues I point to. You must decide, of course, But I think, you know, if you look for some other explanation, you've got some explaining to do. You've got to realise that there's problems in this scene, and we have to. Yes, yes.
Children refers to the
Yes, that's the message is given, that the food must first be given to the children, that is the Jewish people, before it can go out to the pagans.
Not children, not people's children. Children refers to the
He's using a popular phrase, which is referring to children in the family, but he's applying it to the Jewish people.
Right, thank you.
The children of Israel, yes.
Jeff, could this be ironic?
Explain. That's not a Pauline Hanson, that's a explain.
Jesus is aware of the common feelings, attitudes and words of the Jewish people towards those who are not Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
And he quite deliberately uses it, but it doesn't carry insult. It's sort of feeling out the situation, and she's on the same level in an ironic way, sort of firing back at him. So there's a sort of bit of theatre going on here, if you like, and it's basically ironic.
Oh, there's theatre in the sense that certainly she is acting a part. I mean, she's sincere. She wants a cure for her daughter, but she's going through all the motions that people do and that you've had at a presbytery door many, many times. You know, from someone wanting something and being ever so humble about it, but behind that humility, you know darn well what they want, and they're not letting you go until they get it. I mean, every priest has met that, and every other person has met that. So she's going on with all of that, and he's insulting her each time in this fashion.
I suppose that's what I'm having a bit of trouble with. Could his reply not be in the sense, let's take the analogy of somebody at the presbytery door. I might say, you know, do you really need the money for rent?
Yeah.
I know he doesn't. He knows I know he doesn't. Jesus is saying to her something that is a standard sort of a thing, and he's just sort of putting out feelers here and there.
It's a funny way to do it. Well, as I say, you must make up your own mind.
Yeah.
I mean, these are not church doctrine. I've made that crystal clear from day one. But that's my understanding of the scene.
I suppose I have trouble with the idea of Jesus being a bigot. And that's basically what we're saying, aren't we?
No, I'm not saying, you know, that's deliberate on his part. What he wants to do is bring her beyond the demanding stage to some form of humility, some form of faith. And remember, he's not been shy to insult scribes and Pharisees already in this gospel. I mean, the scene I left out, the one about the Pharisees, you get real insults there that Jesus uses. Again, not because he hates people, because he wants to make them stop and think. You know, let's just go back to that. He said to them, Isaiah prophesied rightly about you hypocrites. As it is written, this people honors me with their lips, but their hearts are far, far from me. You abandon the commandment of God and hold to human tradition. Then he was saying to them, you have a fine way of rejecting the commandment of God in order to keep your tradition. Pretty insulting. So he wasn't afraid. He wasn't a shy violet, Jesus. He would stand up to people. And if this woman was being, you know, Hannibal and demanding things, you know, bringing in the elephants, then Jesus would stand up to her. So it's not like you're quite like your guy at the front door of the presbytery looking for a handout. It's more, oh gosh, one we had at Enfield 2 days ago, a woman who came, I wasn't there, and the secretary opened the door because she wanted something, so she actually made us a couple of sandwiches, gave it to her, and the woman just opened them up and threw them on the ground. You know, it was very aggressive. She wanted money. That's what she'd asked for. And that's what she thought of the damn sandwiches. So that's the kind of thing we're dealing with here. Now, how do you respond to that one at the presbytery door? I wasn't there, as I say, but the secretary couldn't do anything except close the door. What can you ask of a secretary? Who was the only one there at the time? But you know, that was a very aggressive attitude, and this is aggressive.
There's another occasion where he was quite rude to the Robinite woman at Jacob's well, isn't it? Where she's there drawing water, and he just says, "Give me a drink."
Oh, yeah. Firstly, that's a different gospel. Secondly, I wouldn't call her being aggressive at all. And thirdly, I think we can read too much into, give me a drink. You can say give me a drink in different ways. You can ask that nicely or you can ask that abruptly. I wouldn't read too much into that one, because it's a long scene and he does go on to be actually quite kind to her and to help her. So I can't... Yeah, it's a very different scene altogether, in a very different gospel. Yeah.
The fact that Jesus went up to Tyre, which was outside Israel, would that be that he was bringing a point of going to the Gentiles and he was challenging?
Well, he was going to the Gentiles. Yeah. That's part of our understanding here. Remember, just 2 scenes before, or 3 scenes before, he'd asked the disciples to cross to the Gentiles. And that's what they wouldn't do. They didn't want to. He had to make them get into the boat, and then they didn't get there. And they ended up back on the Jewish side. So he wanted to cross to the pagans. He wanted to continue his mission there, and the disciples wouldn't go. So now he takes them with him to the pagan peoples. And I think that has to be borne in mind. It's not that Jesus had a problem with food for the pagans. That's why he was there. That's why he'd asked the disciples to cross the lake. He had no problem with that. His problem was with the demanding attitude here.
Excuse me. She was a mother, and she was asking Jesus, having lived with a psychopathic daughter, or a daughter that had a demon, she had lived through this trauma, and she was asking on behalf of her daughter. Now, she was coming from another dimension of desperation, possibly, that she needed to be forceful.
I'm not denying any of those things. And she ends up getting her miracle.
Yeah.
The story is about attitudes.
Yeah. So, in the end, she had...
just as 2 scenes before, we saw Jesus curing all these people who were weak in faith.
Yeah.
But the compassion was always there.
Yeah.
The compassion for her and the compassion for her daughter was there,
yeah.
and to me is never in question.
But
what it is about is the attitude.
Yeah. So she had to...
You may have all, the leader of the synagogue also had compassion for his daughter, who was at death's door.
Yeah.
But his love for his daughter caused him possibly even to lose his job, because going with Jesus that way would not have been acceptable. He was the leader of the synagogue. So that was his brave step of faith, and that led to the cure. Whereas I believe what this one's about and why the Phoenician bit is brought. It's not there for us. We've got our modern prejudices, but this was a very common one. I'm not quoting something obscure here. This was a very common one in ancient times. Phoenicians were pushy people. That's how they'd got places. And these Phoenician women were demanding. So when you call her a Phoenician, you're bringing that in. Yeah, Mary.
I find it very credible, because I think Jesus was really out to liberate people, and she was unliberated in the way she was oppressing people, really. And it seems to me to be the challenge that way, and it worked.
It worked. In the end, she came to that faith. And remember my comment, I'm seeing this is yet a third comparison with the disciples. And she's praising him because she's got strength. She's willing to, she would be willing to carry the message anywhere.
Well, I think very credible indeed. I had never sort of seen it that way. But I'm just sort of making a general comment, and it's this. The tone is so important, and we don't know what the tone was. We weren't there to hear the conversation. But how important tone is, the tone of voice, the tone of the nuance is in Scripture. And I just make that point,
Okay, I take the point. But that's where I make a distinction between the case you raised in John's Gospel of the woman at the Samaritan woman at the well, where we have a phrase used once that can be said nastily, or can, give me a drink, or can be said very nicely. Give me a drink. It is possible. Here, it's very difficult to say this nicely, even once, let alone the two imperfect tenses. So that he's constantly saying this. How do you constantly say that nicely? No matter what tone of voice you use. You think you could say it nicely many times? Wow. I don't think I could. Not that.
In a way, isn't it? He's teaching people how to behave, really.
Yeah, but the point is, and he's not. Oh yeah. And he's not afraid to confront people. He's not at all afraid to confront.
What they are, or you're just going to be absolutely flooded, aren't you? I mean, he's there to teach and set an example. That's what he's trying to do with her. Don't do it this way, do it this way, and there'll be results.
Yeah, distinction we often make, Jesus is not aggressive, but he is certainly assertive. And he's never afraid to be assertive.
Does he also show in the hunger that the Gentile people for the faith, and he was challenging her to bring out her faith?
Well, you can. I'm already reading a lot in. I would find that a bit too much to read in. That she's a symbol of all the Gentile people at this stage, and that's what he's really talking about. We'll come to that in the next scenes. But here I think she's an individual.
The children should be fed first. Is it really a backward question that he's putting to her? Like, don't you think the children should be fed first? It's not fair to take the children's bread. Maybe he's trying to educate her in another way.
It's still an insulting phrase. Look, we'll leave it there. We'll break for a morning tea, but all your questions are reflecting problems that people have had for 2,000 years with this scene, right? Yeah, of course. No, I mean, it's always created problems because, these phrases in the middle of it. What's going on here? What's Jesus? People have been asking that for 2,000 years. Now, I've given you an explanation. Remember, I've tried to pick up clues that are here. I haven't just read it out of nothing. You've got this question that she was asking him, and that's the only time in 11 miracles you get that word. You get begging on the other 10 occasions. Then you get these two imperfect tenses contrasting with each other. You get the specific statement that she's a Gentile, a Syrophoenician. You never get that about others. So why here? What's going on? And then you get these three diminutives down here that you don't get in ordinary translations of the gospel. So I think we've got to, pay attention to Mark's clues, at least that. Then what you draw out of that and what conclusion, that is finally up to you. All I can say is this is how I've seen it in my understanding of it. I think we'll break for morning tea. That one always stops them. Huh?
Week 3 of Geoffrey Robbins' lectures on Mark's Gospel, tape 2.
We really must push on with Mark's Gospel, but before we leave that scene, let me read you one little passage from my own book from a later scene in Mark's Gospel. It's the scene towards the end of the 4th act when, after the 3rd prediction of the Passion, when the 2 brothers, James and John, come up to Jesus and make a request of him. And they come forward and say to him, "Teacher, we want you to do for us whatever we ask of you." Now, my comment on this is, who can deny that this is an excellent summary of most of the prayers that have ever been offered to a divine being by the human race in the name of Jesus or in any other name? So often we do not ask God, we tell God. If we are not careful, this can become the basis of the entire relationship. For God can become for us someone who can do things that we cannot do for ourselves, while we insist on being independent and in charge of the relationship. We work out exactly what we believe should happen, and then expect God to follow our wishes, becoming angry or disillusioned if things do not happen exactly as we had wished. "We want you to do for us whatever we ask of you," is the permanent prayer of human beings. Now look at ourselves. Isn't that a lot of our prayer? "Lord, I've asked you for my son, daughter. You know it's right. I know it's right. Why don't you do it?" This is the prayer that we're offering. Well, I think the scene we've been looking at is addressing something of that attitude, that problem in human life. Yes?
Whenever I encounter Christ in that mode, I always think of T.S. Eliot's, "In the Juvescence of the year came Christ the tiger."
Yes. Never afraid to be assertive where to be assertive was the proper way to go. Jesus was humble, so humble in so many ways, but he was properly assertive, and that's, it's not true to say the Christian should be just meek and mild and humble. There is a time to be assertive, to stand up to things, and Jesus was never afraid to do it, without ever getting aggressive. Okay, we'll move on. This brings us now to the center of these 7 scenes. The cure of the deaf man. Perhaps just to go back, if I can get it. What's that one? Oh, feeding of 5,000. Oh, no, I have to go back further. Here we are, just always to keep where we're at. Oh, sorry, thank you. We're down here in this one now this week. That's John the Baptist's death, isn't it? Forget it. We've got these 7 scenes dealing with the pagans. This is the central one of them, the cure of the deaf man. Oh gosh, I'll need to organise these later. He travels through pagan lands, the reaction of the pagan people, deafness and dumbness contrasted with a continual talking. The healing action of Jesus, the effective healing action, and then the permanent desire for the pagans in the middle. He returned from the region of Tyre and went by way of Sidon through the Sea of Galilee and the region of Decapolis. That too has confounded interpreters for 2,000 years, because it's like saying he went from Brisbane to Sydney via Perth and Broome. It makes nonsense geography. And my interpretation, just me again, that's deliberate It's part of what's an Exodus theme throughout this entire act, and this is the wandering in the desert. The Jewish people, 40 years in the desert, an aimless wandering. The disciples are going through this Exodus experience, and even the wandering part of it is there. Anyway, they bring to him a deaf man. We're among the pagans because we're in the region of the Decapolis. They bring to him a deaf man who had an impediment in his speech, and they beg him to notice, not ask, beg him to lay his hand on him. As I said, all other 10 are the same verb, beg. It implies the man is almost incapable of bringing himself, normally, but they bring to him a deaf man. It's almost identical to the cure of a blind man, which we'll see in a couple of scenes' time. The same words even are used. They beg him to lay his hand on him. He took him aside in private. That'll happen in the miracle in two blind men too, away from the crowd, and put his fingers into his ears and spat and touched his tongue. This is what curers, exorcists, doctors did. All this ritual of healing. It was very rare just to say words. So this is carried out here. It's if you like, a permanent international language that would translate from a Jewish world to a pagan world without any problems, because it's a touch world, it's a symbol world. And then looking up to heaven, he sighed. The emotions of Jesus are brought out, and says, permanent truth, Ephphatha. We're given, there's a few phrases in this gospel where Mark uses Aramaic. He says to the little girl when he raises her from the dead, Talitha kum. Again, getting back to the Aramaic. Don't be fooled by the way I said that. I don't speak Aramaic or even begin to, but I've learned those words. And he says here to be opened, and it's almost as though Mark wishes us to hear the sound of his voice by giving us the language in which he would have spoken it, so that we hear Jesus saying, be opened. And this is the great cry, the sigh of Jesus for all the peoples of the world. Be opened, that they may hear the message of God's love. And immediately his ears were open, his tongue was released, and he spoke plainly. Then Jesus ordered them to tell no one. Now this is pagan people. What's different here? For the first time, the prohibition to speak is being applied to the pagan peoples as well as to the Jewish peoples, and for exactly the same reason. Because Jesus did not want the pagan peoples to say, good, he's a miracle worker. So let's bring everybody and get our miracles, and who cares what he's got to say. So he applies the same order to them, but the same failure. The more zealously they were proclaiming it. And so far from being deaf and dumb now, there's too much talking going on. They're talking all over the place. Zealously they were proclaiming it. They were astounded beyond measure, saying he's done everything well. He even makes the deaf to hear and the mute to speak. So it's the center of the story of the pagans. It's to be put together with the story of the Phoenician woman. Never did he intend to just refuse her or have nothing to do with her. It was the attitude, the coming to faith, the coming to humility, and through that to faith, that was important in that scene. And here it's the be opened for all the pagan peoples. Then we have the feeding of the 4,000. Now, in many ways it's similar to the feeding of the 5,000. There are differences, many of them in fact, but the major difference is this one is worked among the pagan people. And it's important to note the differences, therefore. In those days, when there was again a great crowd without anything to eat, he called his disciples and said to them, I have compassion for the crowd because they have been with me now for 3 days and have nothing to eat. If I send them away hungry to their homes, they will faint on the way, and some of them have come from a great distance. The great distance from afar is the pagan people. It's a phrase that will be used several times in Mark's Gospel. They come from afar, and it's not a physical statement, it's a faith statement. They come from a long way. to the faith that he's talking about, whereas the Jews are much closer. And he has compassion on them because they've been with him 3 days and have nothing to eat. And send them home. Now, what's the difference between this and the first miracle here? A couple of differences. The Jews hadn't come a great distance. And what did he say there? Can anyone remember? Yep. What did he say there? Yes, this is a longer time they've been without food. What else? You go and give them something to eat. He doesn't say that to the 12 here, does he? Whereas that time it was, you give them something to eat. So that's changed. There is another change. What did he say that, what were the disciples saying to Jesus in that first one? Yes, John? Yeah, that look into yourself and you give them something to eat. That's a change. Jesus is doing more of it here. There's another one, not in what Jesus said, but in what the disciples said to him. They said, send the people, they said the first minute, they said, send the people away so that they can go by the neighbouring towns. That's not here, is it? We can't send these people off to the neighbouring towns. Their need is greater than that. In other words, the Jewish people, there was food available, but they had to go and buy it. In that sense, they had to look at their own Jewish religion, but it was there. These people don't have that. So at the symbolic level, we're talking about a deeper hunger that cannot be so easily satisfied. It's not enough to break this piece and up into groups and appoint, all that again, as we did the first time. It's a more basic, deeper hunger, and somehow Jesus is going to have to take a more active role himself. The disciples replied, from whence can one feed these people with bread here in the desert? He was asking them, so we've still got, that there, not quite as strong as in the first one, but was asking implies repeatedly asking them, so making them look. How many loaves do you have? This time they've got 7. 7 is a symbol of wholeness and holiness, whereas 5 is a symbol of things Jewish. 7 is a symbol, you're all familiar with the 7-branch candlestick. The Jewish people have the menorah. That 7 is a symbol of wholeness and holiness. So really it's saying here the wholeness and holiness of the Jewish religion can pass also to these pagan peoples through Jesus. Then the changes again. He orders the crowd to sit down on the ground. We have none of that break them up into groups. We have none of that you get them to sit on the ground in different groups. Instead, Jesus again is doing all this himself. He orders the crowd to sit down on the ground. And he took the 7 loaves, only the loaves, and after giving thanks, he broke them and was giving them to distribute. There's one little change here. Giving thanks is changed from blessing. And we will see that reflected in the Eucharist. At the Last Supper, where over the bread he will give thanks, over the bread he will bless, over the wine he will give thanks. And the Eucharist will come back to these 2 miracles in a very clear way. And this remains exactly the same. Giving thanks, he broke them and was giving them to the disciples to distribute. So that imperfect tense of was giving to the disciples. The disciples could keep coming back to him and keep receiving the bread. So that essential element is here exactly the same as it was in the first miracle. All the other is changed, but that one remains the same. They ate and were filled, and they took up the broken pieces left over, 7 baskets full. Do you remember how many in the first miracle? 12. So then there were 5 loaves, 12 baskets. Here, 7 loaves, 7 baskets. Again implying that there's something a bit more difficult about this miracle. It's more difficult to feed the vast crowds of pagan people than it is to feed the Jews. Just the numbers themselves imply that. Now there are about 4,000 people. Do you remember what the first one was? 5 what? 5,000 men. Remember, Andres. That's dropped. Now, in this, as it were, more Christian miracle, away from the Jewish sources, where people have not been counted the Jewish way, but as it were, a Christian way. Now, it just says 4,000 actually, but it doesn't say men, is the point. Yeah, that's in the English translation. I'm saying it just says 4,000 in the Greek. Now, just a little comment I had there. I've noted that this miracle appears as more difficult than the earlier miracle. In the first miracle, 5 loaves fed 5,000 men, plus one, we presume, thousands of women and children, and still provided 12 baskets of fragments. In the second miracle, it has required a greater number of loaves, 7, to feed a smaller number of people, 4,000, with less left over, 7 baskets. Despite this, the work was possible if the disciples would keep turning back to Jesus. But there's a sense in the earlier miracle, he delegated the 12. Here, not quite. It implies that with that vast outreach to the pagans, it will still somehow be mainly God's work. I mean, it's always mainly God's work, but God will have to take a more direct, more active. Somehow it can't be delegated in quite the same way as when you're carrying out a mission to your own. Anyway, it implies a difference. It's quite fascinating, the difference between the two. John?
Sitting on green grass too, didn't it?
Yep.
Whereas this one's ground. Is there any significance in that, Jeff?
The
It just
symbolic...
seems unusual to talk about green grass. I think it's about the only time grass is mentioned in the Gospels.
it was that, I believe, is an Exodus reference, because back in the time of the Exodus, bread and water go very much together. The miracles of Moses striking the rock, and it goes very much closely together with the manna. And I've felt that was the green grass, because otherwise green grass in a desert place was pretty unusual. And so I felt it was to explain, not literally, but as an Exodus reference. Whereas here, the absence of the green grass is possibly, again, accentuating that this is a more difficult miracle, one that Jesus can't delegate in quite the same way. So there's still work for the disciples. They still have to look to look within themselves. And they still had to distribute it, and they also had a few small fish. And after blessing them, he ordered that these 2 should be distributed. They're not being continually given out again. Again, this is me reading it in, seeing that as the personal contribution that the disciples could bring. So all of that's still there. They still have a role, and yet it is a more difficult miracle for them. Okay? Mark crosses between words like the 12 and the disciples with gay abandon, and it's almost impossible to know which he means, unless he really specifies in a particular scene. No, he uses the word apostles once, and it was not proper, and he uses it in the more... See, apostles comes from the Greek word apostellon, which means to send out. So apostles are those who are sent out. Now, our word missionaries comes from the Latin meaning to send out. So apostles really simply means missionaries, people sent out. And it was only later gospel, the Gospel of Luke, that made the phrase the 12 apostles a commonly used phrase. Mark distinguishes by prepositions, not by words like disciples and apostles. He has those who were with Jesus. That's the 12. No, the apostles, the 12. The 12 were those who were with him. Those around him were the disciples. Those who were following him believed in him. Those beside him were his family and his own race, Jewish race, those on whom he should have been able to depend. And then there were those against him. So that's how Mark makes his distinctions through prepositions, not through words like disciples and certain. He uses disciples, he does not use apostles. Except that once in that technical sense of the missionaries, those who had been sent out. Because he uses that scene where they come back. Oh, in Mark's Gospel, he's chosen the 12 long before this. Oh, yeah. He called the 12 and, by name. But, we can't read back our language. Our language of apostles just wasn't round at this time. It is most unlikely that in the days of Jesus they were called the 12 apostles. It is most unlikely. It is Luke's Gospel, coming years after, a couple of decades after this one, or at least one decade anyway, who really makes us familiar with that phrase, the apostles. Yeah, because we mean by apostles the 12. Disciples, we mean all those who follow Jesus. But Mark does not use the word apostles, except that once with that other meaning of the missionaries. Yep. Except that Mark uses his prepositions. They are, the 12 are those who were with Jesus. See? No, not... He does it by means of propositions, not by other words. Okay, after the miracle, we come back to a conflict with the Pharisees, balancing the earlier conflict with the Pharisees. And immediately he got into the boat after the miracle and went to the district of Dalmanutha. Now, nobody has the slightest clue where or what Dalmanutha is to this day. It's a totally mysterious word, and I've read up all kinds of books on it, and nobody can offer anything. So there we rest. End of story. I can't say any more. No. Oh no. That would be nowhere near it. No. That's between Yugoslavia and Italy. They all agree it has to be on the Jewish side of the lake. But otherwise, no one, it's a mysterious word, we have to leave it there. The Pharisees came and began to argue with him, asking for a sign from heaven to test him. Now, it's almost implied they meet him almost on the beach as he arrives, and they're demanding a sign. Now, in other words, they're demanding a miracle, but not to cure someone. It's as a proof of who he is. Now, up to a point, this is justified. For example, everybody knows we've had right here in Sydney in recent years people claiming to have revelations from God. Right? You've all heard of them at least, haven't you? Yeah, they're all over the place. Now, you behold before you a perfect example of the disbelieving bishop. I disbelieved a lot of them. And I'd want proof before I would believe any of them. Something really solid. How do I know, that this is coming from God and not something you've made up? Now, so the scribes and the Pharisees, had a certain justification in this. But the answer, but it's to test him, and then the strong emotions of Jesus become the center of this particular scene. He sighed deeply in his spirit. Mark is never afraid of the emotions of Jesus. We saw that at the cure of the leper. We met it when he cured the deaf man, the pagan, in the last scene. 2 scenes ago, sorry. And, when he sighed and said, Ephphatha, be opened. Now he sighs deeply in his spirit and says, why does this generation ask for a sign? Truly I tell you, no sign will be given. This is, in the Greek, it's amen, if there will be a sign. And that's a very emphatic way in Aramaic of saying there will be no sign. What Jesus is saying here is he's been with them now for a considerable time. He's worked miracles all over the place. If that's not good enough, then nothing is. He will not work a miracle solely as a sign, on demand. They either take him from what he is and all he's done, or they don't. But he's not going to be there, because once you get into that, this is some small group of Pharisees. He works a sign for them. The next lot say, we weren't there, we want one too, and on you go, and nobody, it just, Jesus said, look at all I've done and judge me on that. I will not work signs now. Amen if I will work a sign. And that means end of story. I will not. And he's sighing deeply in his spirit. He's come back across the lake from the pagan side to the Jewish side to continue his mission. Yes, in some manner. But he's met here with the demand for signs. And he sighs deeply in his spirit and says, Amen, I tell you, if there will be a sign. And he left them, and getting into the boat again, he went across to the other side. So it's been a very short stay. Barely gets off the beach. And he's back on the boat and crossing again to the pagan side. So it's in its own way, it's a powerful little scene, isn't it? It's almost a final confrontation between the official Jewish religion and himself. Of course, there will be the confrontations at the time of the Passion, but in his mission life, this is the final one. After this, it will be into the story of the Passion. And it's the strong emotions, the power of it, which is, I believe, leading up to what we're about to come to, which is the great, great turning point of this gospel. And this sigh, we mustn't forget it, the strength of the feelings of Jesus here. So they're back on the ship, in the boat, and they've barely got off it, and this quick visit, and then back over the sea. And what happens? Failure of the disciples. Now the disciples had forgotten to bring any bread. Well, they'd barely had time there to, it had all been so quick, and they'd forgotten to bring any bread. And they'd only one loaf with them in the boat. And he was cautioning them, saying, watch out, beware of the yeast of the Pharisees and the yeast of Herod. And they were discussing with one another that they had no bread. So they're not really hearing him. It's this imperfect tenses, again, going on, two of them. He was saying, they were saying. And becoming aware of it, Jesus says to them, why are you talking about having no bread? Do you not perceive or understand? Are your hearts hardened? Do you have eyes and fail to see? Do you have ears and fail to hear? Do you not remember when I broke the 5 loaves for the 5,000? How many baskets full of broken pieces did you collect? They said to him, 7. And the 7 to the 4,000, how many baskets full of broken pieces did you collect? And they said to him, 7. And then he was saying to them, do you not yet understand? Now, key to all of this, of course, who is the bread? Jesus, right? And if they've got that loaf on board, they don't need anything more. Remember, Mark is talking these two levels of the material and spiritual all the time, and the spiritual is always to Mark the more important. Never does he deny the importance of the material. Of course we've got to eat, etc. But always the spiritual is the first to him. And they've got all the bread they could possibly want on board this boat, because they've got Jesus there. And yet, when Jesus is looking, here Jesus is looking to the future. And he's saying to them, beware of the yeast beware of the Pharisees, beware of Herod. Now that's exactly what they're going to have to do in the next act. Beware of the Pharisees, beware of Herod, and beware of their attitudes and their concepts of Messiah, etc. That's what we'll be coming up against in the next act. But they're not hearing. They're talking about, we haven't got any bread. And now at a material level, yes, you could explain it by the suddenness of the voyage, but at a spiritual level, they've been through these 2 miracles. And so that's what Jesus takes them back. He takes them back to words of Isaiah. Do you still not perceive or understand? Are your hearts hardened? The 3rd time we've had that. Remember, the first time it was used to the Pharisees. The second time was after that failure of the disciples to cross the sea. Remember when he was wishing to pass them by and they cried out? And it says there, their hearts were hardened. It's got it again. And once again, you'll often find in the translations into English, it just skips over this. But the heart's hardened is words that have been used of the Pharisees. And this is from Isaiah. Do you have eyes and fail to see? Do you have ears and fail to hear? And do you not remember? And he takes them to the 2 miracles. By the way, he takes them through in a chiastic form. He mentions the second miracle first and the first miracle second, right? So they balance the things. It's always the way of doing it. And then he ends up here with an imperfect tense. Let me bring that up. And then he was saying to them, do you not yet understand? Do you not yet understand? Do you not yet understand? And that's the end of the act. The curtain comes down with that question ringing in our minds repeatedly from Jesus. Do you not yet understand? So this is their second failure. They've failed to understand the lessons of discipleship. They've failed to understand the meaning of the bread. They've failed to understand that Jesus is himself the bread. They've failed to cross to the pagans on their own. They've failed him. So this is the end of that third act, and it completes the three failures. Now, this is Mark's overall structure. After this, we have to move in a new direction. This is where Jesus is saying to himself, first of all, well, look, I've gone around. I've tried and tried to teach people about the love of God. That's been my priority. I've kept coming back to it. People have dragged me away from it time and again, particularly with a miracle mentality, but also with their ideas of messiahs and all that kind of, everything they've been pushing on to me. I've tried all of that. So where do I go now? And the question I believe we're meant to ask ourselves at the end of this act is, let me put in one of Jesus' own imperfect tenses. Imagine that Jesus was saying to you, if you were in my shoes, what would you do now? If you were in my shoes, what would you do now? And then you'd try to distract it and talk about something else. No, if you were in my shoes, what would you do now? This is what we're meant to think and think and think at the end of this act. The authorities have failed. Back there in the first act, but it's come again now. The crowds failed, and their failure came up again in this act. I think particularly in that scene where they were all racing around madly, bringing people to Jesus, still looking for miracles, not listening. Now the disciples have failed. They failed twice in that act, once at the end from now. This is the key to Mark's entire structure of his gospel. This point that we have reached. And his answer, of course, is in the way, and that's what we now move on to. We can at least start on it, at least see the structure. This is Act 4. This is, remember, the way. Remember, there are 7 acts, 3 in the Galilee, which we've done, 3 in Jerusalem. And in the middle one, the 4th one, is the way, the journey from Galilee to Jerusalem, and the decision of Jesus to make that journey. And here's the structure of the act. So it's firstly, we've got these 3 predictions of the Passion, and see how they're balanced: third place, third last, and smack in the middle. To me, a very clear sort of chiastic structure here. Then, bracketing the whole lot: blindness and partial sight, blindness and total sight. So we start with a miracle of a blind man, but a blind man who's not cured instantly, who goes through a period of partial sight. They come to Bethsaida. This, by the way, is where he told the disciples to go about 6 scenes ago, and they'd failed to get there. And now they finally come. Some people bring a blind man to him and beg him to touch him. Same words exactly, beg again, remember, as with the story of the deaf man a couple of scenes ago. He took the blind man by the hand and led him out of the village. And when he put saliva on his eyes and laid hands on him, he was asking him, can you see anything? And the man looked up and was saying, I can see people, but they look like trees walking. So he could see something. He knew it had to be people because they were walking, but they looked so unclear, they looked like trees rather than like people. Then Jesus laid his hands on his eyes again, and he looked intently, and his sight was restored, and he saw everything clearly. And he said, wait his home, do not even go to the village. Now, this becomes a symbolic story of the disciples and their journey from blindness to partial sight, with at least the hope that they would get to full sight. But I believe that in Mark's telling of the story, it is also symbolic of Jesus' own journey. Remember, I've said that I believe from the evidence in Mark that Jesus did not have divine knowledge. He had to struggle as we struggle to know what was the right thing to do. And so he'd gone out all over the Galilee, preaching to people, telling them of God's love, curing the sick, etc. All those things. He'd done that. And now he's come to that crucial moment when the authorities have failed, the crowd has failed, and the disciples have failed. And when he's got, so now he has to go on his journey from, if you like, a kind of blindness through partial sight to full sight. So we can't exclude Jesus himself from this journey from blindness through partial sight to full sight. If you like, he's saying that what he's been doing is partial sight. It's not the whole story. It's not good enough. He's got to do more. But it's also a story, obviously, of the disciples. And then it balances, at the end, another story of blindness and total sight. The story of Bartimaeus, the blind beggar in Jericho sitting there, who actually is one of the first to recognize Jesus as Messiah and gets up and follows him. You know, it's a beautiful story of full sight, instant full sight and following. Very different from the earlier one. So these two bracket it, and they tell us that the whole act will be a journey from blindness through partial sight towards full sight. And key to it will be these predictions of the Passion. And then the other things will, as you see, true and false messiahs, true and false kingdoms, gaining the whole world, losing the whole world, the reign of God, receiving the reign of God, reinterpreting the prophets, reinterpreting the law, the dangers of spiritual power, the dangers of spiritual power. So there's a balance of ideas at least. But the key ones here are the stories of blindness and sight and the three predictions of the Passion. The rest are less important. They determine our whole structure here. And this is the journey that Jesus would undertake now in the light of the three failures. This is the key to Mark's presentation of the story of Jesus. So we have that story of the blindness and partial sight, the cure of the blind man. And then we have this. Now remember, they'd crossed the sea. First they went to the Jewish side, met at the beach almost by the Pharisees demanding signs. Jesus says, "Amen if you'll get a sign," and gets back on the boat and goes across to the pagan side again. Now what he does is actually goes in the direction opposite to Jerusalem. Jerusalem south, he goes north. He takes them. Jesus went on with his disciples to the villages of Caesarea Philippi. Now, Caesarea Philippi was at the top of the Jordan Valley. You know, of course, that the Jordan River flows into the Sea of Galilee, right? And then flows out again and down the Jordan Valley down to the Dead Sea. Now, going north from the Sea of Galilee is the upper Jordan Valley. And at the top of it is the place called Caesarea Philippi. It was named, every place was named Caesarea because like in 100 years ago, everything was named Victoria, right? After the Queen and after Caesar. Places, Caesareas were all over the place. They were, people toadying up to Caesar, actually. And the fellow who did it here was a fellow called Philip. So to distinguish it, he called it Caesarea of Philip. Right? That's where the name came from. Now, why it was popular is it's on the slopes of the mountain. And so in the heat of summer, it was quite a nice place to go to and spend the summer. It's on the foothills of a very big mountain, Mount Hermon, which is in modern-day Lebanon, and is still there. It's what is Hermon's? I think about 12,000 feet, so not the tallest mountain in the world, but 5,000 feet taller than anything we've got in this country, and snow-capped for certainly throughout winter and for much of the year, and a quite majestic mountain, Mount Hermon. Now, the Jordan River gets its waters from that mountain range, and the origin of the Jordan is up here next to Caesarea Philippi. Now, it's about 40 kilometers from the Sea of Galilee up to Caesarea Philippi. So that's what Jesus does. He takes the disciples on a journey northwards, away from Jerusalem. As it were, a retreat, but it's a bit more than that. It's a reassessment of what's going on and what's going to happen next. And on the way, he was asking, imperfect tense, which is very important here. It means that throughout this 40-kilometer journey, over a couple of days, Jesus is constantly asking them two questions. Firstly, who do other people say I am? Look at everything I've done, everything you've heard. What are other people saying about me? And so they take him to the same list that we met earlier in the story of the death of John the Baptist. Some say John the Baptist. Others are saying Elijah come again. Others are saying one of the prophets. He was asking them again, imperfect tense again, but you, who do you say I am? You see the process here? It's a patient exercise in adult learning, where you get people to do the thinking for themselves through everything that they've seen, and then to draw their conclusions from it. So he, over the whole period through these imperfect tenses, he's taking through everything others have done, he's taking them through everything others have said, and then everything they think themselves. And then finally, Peter says to him, so this is imperfect, constant asking questions. This is present tense implying a permanent truth, but it implies a final conclusion reached at the end of this long process. And Peter says to him, and also Peter is the one who speaks in the name of the whole group, so it's not just Peter speaking, it's the group speaking, and they say, you are the Messiah. Now, I think you were saying you're keeping other Gospels out. Whenever we hear that, we instantly add Matthew. You are the Christ or Messiah is the same word. You are the Christ. What do we add? Son of God. It's not here, right? It's not here. No one, no human being will recognize Jesus as Son of God until after his death. That's part of Mark's themes. And even then it will be, of all people, the Roman centurion. And that's part of his drama too. No human being will recognize it until that time. So this is partial sight, right? Partial sight. For two reasons. Firstly, because it does not continue Son of God. It has only Messiah. Secondly, because, as we'll see, they have quite false ideas about the Messiah. So it's only partial sight, this. Not full sight. This is part of our journey through partial sight. Yes?
At that point, Jesus comprehended he acknowledged that he was the Messiah in that instant.
As I've said, there are a couple of things going on here.
He agreed.
As I've said, there's a couple of things going on here. Jesus, I believe, is also going through his own process of saying, who am I? What is God asking of me? What do I do now? That human thinking that he had to carry on. He didn't instantly with divine knowledge know all the answers. In his human thinking, he had to go through that. Now, I believe that Jesus had long ago come to the recognition that he was the Messiah. I believe he'd long before this come to the recognition that he was divine. But he's going through what they think about him and bringing them to this moment of faith.
But in the next statement, tell no one who I am, is very symbolic, biblically, isn't it? I am.
Well, he hasn't got any order them to tell, not to tell anyone.
But I am is what God.
Yeah, but it's not the Greek ego eimi. It is I am.
Yeah,
it is not the divine name. We can't read that into it.
No?
It's not the divine name used here. He ordered them not to tell anyone about him.
He certainly ordered them not to tell anyone about himself
Yeah.
that he was the Messiah.
Yeah. Yes, he's telling them, don't tell everybody I'm the Messiah. Why not?
Because
Why
he
would
was
he not want
acknowledging
them to
that
tell?
he was.
Sorry?
In that instant, he's acknowledging that first time he's acknowledging that he's the Messiah.
Oh, yes, he's acknowledging it.
First time.
It was the first time, because of the first time anyone else has said it.
But Mark is saying it for the first time, that he's now the Messiah.
He always was the Messiah, and he always knew it. He was known for quite some time that he was the Messiah. This is the first time that someone else has recognized it. So it's the first time, therefore, that he's acknowledging it. He's not volunteered the information before this point. He doesn't do that. And in fact, he's now telling them, don't tell others. Why would he do that? Yes?
Because it's still only partial sight.
Yeah.
And they don't know if he's going to be a suffering Messiah yet.
Yeah. All of that. So that they still have these false ideas about Messiah. And if these people now go out and tell, hey, this fellow's the Messiah, and he agreed, we put it to him, and he said, yes, I am, then that would arouse immense expectations that he would set up an army and drive out the Romans and restore the kingdom as it was under David and Solomon. And Jesus didn't want that kind of thing. It would also lead to unbounded demands for more and more miracles. In other words, it would get in the way of what he's really trying to do. So that's why this has to be this order, don't tell anyone yet. And yet he needed to bring them to this moment.
As you say, Bishop, he wanted to, it was only after his death that he really wanted people to know he was the Messiah.
It was only
after his death that he really wanted people to know that he was the Messiah, as you say. Yes.
I didn't miss the one. After his death, sorry. Yes, because only after his death would all this come together, as was said down the other corner there. Only after death would people begin to put together Messiah, suffering servant, Son of God, Son of Man, all in the one person. And that we should see God dying on a cross. It's only after his death that that can happen. So it's too early, and it will lead to false expectations. Hence the sternly ordered no one to tell him. This is also then part of our turning point in the gospel, because it's at this moment that the disciples have made an act of faith. They've finally come partial, not complete by any means, a lot of false things in it, but they've come to an act of faith. And this means also that the community will continue after Jesus is gone, right? Because they've come to this act of faith, which means that he's now free to follow his own very personal mission that no one can do for him. And that becomes part of this turning point of the gospel.
In asking the question, okay, well, what do I do now? I've performed the miracles. That he knew he had to retreat, go into himself, and accepted himself in order to come out and do what he needed to do, which was the journey and the passion.
He needed the disciples to come to this realization so that he'd be free to go on his own path. The Transfiguration is a more mysterious event, which we'll talk about a bit next week if we can. But this is the essence of it. He's rethinking himself what he needs to do, and as part of that, he's bringing the disciples to see who he is. And that enables the change.
Because of the previous, when he couldn't get any further, that he'd done all these wonderful things, and where do I go now? The only place he could really go was to his Father, to give him the next stage of his journey. And I think that that's where he had to turn now and accept what his way was to go forward. Would that be right?
Yes, as long as we don't, have to turn to his Father. I wouldn't want you to conclude he'll now get divine knowledge from God. He's still struggling.
But guidance.
As we all get guidance in prayer, but not voices speaking or giving, answers.
Leading? Leading? Strength.
He's trying his best to be faithful to God.
Strength.
But he has to struggle as we struggle. And we have to be careful about, bringing in suddenly divine knowledge of some kind. Because that gets us back to a very different story. Okay, that's Angela's reminding us. So we'll break till next week.